ワンピ好きをひとつなぎ。ワンピースカードゲームスタートデッキ EX ストレージボックスセット。おお、
性格が違っても
個性がバラバラでも
大好きなワンピースで
僕らは仲間になっていく。
無限大
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 ワンピ好きをひとつなぎ。ワンピースカードゲームスタートデッキ EX ストレージボックスセット。おお、
性格が違っても
個性がバラバラでも
Oh, I put here. Yeah, okay. Okay.
timer lah.
I'm some.
Okay.
Well, open.
Wait, Novin, just now it failed. Take again. Okay.
The meta damn diverse actually. Now I think about it.
Huh?
Meta very diverse. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I don't know how to actually say what's tier 1.
I mean,
Toffee?
Toffee and Blackbeard lah.
Blackbeard
But-
also now not really. Blackbeard haven't win a lot of events.
But there's a lot of there's a lot of 1.5 lah.
There's a lot of tier 2 lah. I think
Yeah.
safer. Not say tier 2. There are a lot of like high contender decks that can just switch
Yeah.
to meta lah.
I mean, Shanks, P. Kid,
Yeah.
the Red Green Smoker.
Yeah. All the shit Japanese people like okay with it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, actually gonna just put this. Okay, sure.
They haven't shared the stream link yet, right? Boleh, boleh.
Can hear. Yeah.
Right, we won't be able to pass you any tech links first.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Then I have what was Fit Group?
Sorry.
Fit Group?
No idea.
Okay, that's fine. So in any case later we have one guy, he will come over to you.
Ah.
He will let you know the player's nickname or whatever.
Okay.
that they're playing.
Okay.
So you can ask.
Okay. You guys will default to table 1, is it? I assume.
Default.
Can no problem.
Just let you all know lah.
The guy's name is Fikru, is it?
Fit Group, yes.
Fikru again. Alright, thank you.
I think you come over lah.
Hey, Diva.
Hi, how are you guys? Are you guys doing well today? Doesn't sound like you guys are doing well. Sounds so soft. Are you guys doing well today?
Can I have one more? One more. Are you all awake and ready for today?
Okay, now they really sound awake, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So hi, we are your MCs for today. I'm Kenshin,
I'm Eugene.
right? So today, first and foremost, we'd like to wish you all a very warm welcome to the Bandai Card Games Festival 2024-2025 in vibrant Kuala Lumpur.
Right, today we're featuring 6 games in total. All right, we'll be seeing a celebration of strategy, skill, and pure passion in 6 games. We have with us today Digimon, Union Arena, Battle Spirit, Dragon Ball, Gundam, and of course, the main event for today is
One Piece! All right, so no matter for whatever reason you guys are here today, right? Whether you guys are here to compete, whether you guys are here as a collector, here to meet friends, or to learn a new game, there's something for each and every one of you. So let's talk a bit about the main event, Eugene.
Yeah.
So you want to
So-
brief them about that?
Right, sure, no problem. I think today in the main event, like I mentioned earlier, like you mentioned earlier actually, One Piece, we are looking at up to close to 1,000 players.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well. We'll have 1,000+ players will be joining the main event today.
So we'll be seeing 1,000 players over here, or in other words, pirates, right? Hungry for the glory as they set sail into battle. Overall, I think we're looking at about 9-10 rounds.
Yeah, I think roughly around there. That's what I heard as well.
Right, up to 9-10 rounds in total, where they will be vying for the top 32 spots at the end of the day, bringing them to day 2.
Right. And Eugene, please inform our dear participants, what happens if they win? Aside from top 32, once they make the top 32 cut, let's say they win all the way to the top. What do they get?
So there's plenty of prizes. They have all the some of the FS cards before this, commemorative. Look, great price, let's put it. Yeah. Limited cards, one of a kind.
But I think the most treasured spot, of course, will be that champion position.
That's the tomorrow spot. So we'll get 32 winners in total today. Tomorrow they'll move on to day 2, where they'll be facing harsher winds, more ferocious waves ahead of them, vying for that top spot where they will represent Asia in the Asia Finals in Thailand.
Yes, that's right. So the winner of today's main event, today and tomorrow's main event, you guys will get an immediate slot into the Asia Final. And in that Asia Final, that's where you'll be fighting for your chance to represent Southeast Asia to the world, right? So last year, that was Guanrong. This year, it might be one of you guys. Never know, right? So fight hard, do your best, may luck be in your favor. But don't worry if, let's say, you miss today's chance. Let's say today your deck has performance anxiety. I know mine does, unfortunately. So if you miss today, if you marble out today, that's no worry, because
Yeah, but they are playing a video, so like everyone's attention is there. And hello, can you hear us? Hello? Alright, sure.
That's right. So as we've seen the series now, it will start anywhere from earliest May 2025. So get ready, sharpen your strategies.
if you miss this ticket, that's fine. Fight for the 2025 slot, right? So I believe
especially
that
in the 2025 slot, we're going to see new new ships sailing from One Piece, new digital gates from Digimon, and new series joining the fray in Union Arena. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. If today your deck, your strategy, if anything just doesn't go your way, go south, there's always a new chance for you waiting in the Grand Asia Open 2025.
That's right, that's right. And I believe that, but let's bring it back to today, right? I believe that everybody here is excited. Nobody wants to lose today. Everybody wants that top slot. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen?
Pirates, do we want the top slot today? Top 32. Let me hear some noise.
I don't think they're motivated.
Yeah, come on. 32 only out of what? Close to 1,000. Again.
Okay, no noise. Okay,
Yeah,
looks like they're saving their strength. They're saving their energy, right? For the battles coming ahead. So, on behalf of Eugene and myself, both of us would like to wish all of you guys all the best. Fight hard. May luck be in your favor. You know, we'll see you guys at the top tables. Good luck. Oh, before that, we do have a few floor announcements to make. So we would like to actually pass it over to Faiz, our head judge, to actually do the floor announcements.
Mic check, mic check. Hello, attention One Piece players. Thank you for coming. All right, I'm going to give a quick briefing on how the Swiss rounds are going to be operated. So, for Swiss rounds, this will be a maximum of 8 rounds. I repeat, this will be a maximum of 8 rounds. Each round will be 30 minutes per round. So there will be a time limit of 30 minutes. If your game does not conclude within the 30 minutes, what's going to happen is both players will be given a double loss. I repeat, after the 30 minutes, if neither player wins, both will be given a double loss. Okay, so be advised, this will be a best of 1 match, so don't play a second game. Once you play out the first game, that's it for the first round. Alright, so afterwards, after your game has concluded, be sure to report your score on Bandai TCG Plus app. So how it's going to work is the winner will enter the score while the opponent will then confirm the score on their own side. So both players will be responsible with reporting the score. I repeat, both players be responsible and confirm your score. Because if there's any issues, if the score isn't correct, and we proceed with the following rounds, we won't be able to correct afterwards. So please be sure to check on your scoring after the game. At the end of your game, after your score, if any of you have not reported your score, we will give a certain amount of time, give or take 3 minutes for you to come forward to the admin table at that very end there to report your score. If no one comes forward, we will consider double loss and proceed with the next round. I repeat, if you fail to report your score to the admin table within the 3 minutes we provide, we will simply proceed with the following round by giving you a double loss. Alright, so pretty sure everyone has gotten their pairings. Please proceed to your tables according to the table number. Table 1 players, judges, please be sure to assist and direct them to the stream booth. I repeat, the stream coordinators, please ensure that the table 1 players are brought to the stream booth. Thank you. Okay, players, once you're seated, feel free to decide who goes first. Shuffle your decks, draw your hand, but don't start your turn 1. I repeat, do not start your turn 1. Simply decide who goes first, shuffle your deck, and then draw your hand.
See? Hello, welcome to the Bandai Cup Fest Malaysia Kuala Lumpur. I'm joined today, my name is Norvin, joined together with Joshua Rakesh. How are you feeling, Josh?
I'm feeling very excited to watch all our games today.
Yeah, like today, so as Kenshin and Fusion put it out, the winner and top two today will qualify for the coveted slot for the Asia final. Tell me, Josh, what will you do? Like, what will you play if you want to be able to win that slot?
Oh, I'll definitely be looking to play one of the top meta decks, such as Dofi, Blackbeard, but I would say that this meta is pretty diverse right now.
Exactly.
And although these two decks do seem to be the more prominent ones, we have seen not only regionally, but in other countries as well, that many of the other so-called tier 1.5 and tier 2 decks achieving results as well, such as Shanks, and even newer decks such as Kit, Red-Green Smoker, and not to mention like Purple Luffy, all these OG decks as well. So I definitely think there are many contenders that could take the title today.
Exactly. And we do have our first matchup for today, I believe. Our first matchup today will be an interesting matchup. Two very known decks that in the past that have dominated at one point of the metagame is Lucci, everyone's beloved black deck, and also, surprisingly, Bonnie.
Yes, Lucci has been a mainstay since the deck first got released, and the resurgence of Bonnie is mostly due to the release of support from OP10, such as the Tashigi and the Smoker, which has really given the deck a new dynamic and the ability to be able to contend with control decks, which previously used to shut them down. So I definitely think that Bonnie is a very strong choice right now as well. So I'm definitely interested to see how this matchup plays out.
Yes, exactly. With Bonnie's actually with the emergence of Purple Luffy as well, that's like one of the matchups that people are worried about, right? When you come about Purple Luffy, they'll be like, oh, what do you not want to meet as Purple Luffy? Probably Bonnie. Then you ask them why. Or most of Bonnie's mechanics to lock, such as the 5-cost Bonnie and the 5-cost Carrot, aims on their high-end monsters. So, for example, the Sanji Goro that draws, the Luffy Taros, one of the most coveted cards in Luffy right now. All these are really, really like bad things for them to be able to be played. Because the thing is that Bonnie can lock, Bonnie can rest. So that's also one thing of the dynamic. But coming back to the matchup, Lucci versus Bonnie, like we do see that Smoker, is this called Smoker? Yeah. Tashigi or Smoker, right? Sorry.
The Tashigi, the 3-cost Tashigi. Yes.
Because like they're the same character, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Like the 3-cost, right? It's really, really strong because it basically says rest itself and then prevents any removal at all. So Lucci, so for example, very interesting interaction would be the 4-cost Lucci, right? You toast 2, but because of the Tashigi's interaction, it actually can save both units, I believe.
Yes, correct. So if the Lucci were to KO two things, the Tashigi's effect would come into precedence and only the Tashigi would get KO'd.
Yes, correct. The Tashigi will only get KO'd, which is a very interesting. So you can save your Zoro, Nico Zoro if they do run Nico Zoro.
Yes, correct.
You can save your 10-cost Dolphys. You can save the most, as well as an 8-cost Kid, which is a mainstay in the green deck since set 1. Yes.
We have seen that Bonnie has registered some results as well from watching championship in other countries such as Singapore. I believe that the Thailand team during the 3v3 had a Bonnie player and he skillfully maneuvered the Lucci matchup in the top 8 if I'm not mistaken, as well, top 16 or top 8 as well. So we know that with the addition of, like we said, these cards Tashigi and Smoker, that the matchup is, I wouldn't say 50-50, but it's definitely more playable than it was before.
Yeah, I do think that it's still in Lucci's favor because of how it's just in nature, right? You're playing a deck that creates a lot of board, a lot of characters, and then Lucci is basically a removal deck. And also, even though that the deck is removal, it has the most, in my opinion, the one mainstay card in black that has made black relevant until today. You know it, I know it, everyone in the hall know it. 8-cost Moria.
Yes, of course, and 8-cost Moria has been a mainstay in almost any deck that is able to use it since it first released, and is no different today. Lucci still continues to utilize this 8-cost Moria, and will be very interesting to see how this matchup plays out considering that there's many ways that Bonnie can be built as well. There's a variant that goes more towards the Tendofi, and then of course the variant that goes to more of the tanky style with the 8-cost kit.
Yes.
And then just playing the Protect the Kid style that we've seen all the way since OP01.
Yes, exactly.
So definitely interested to see what build that Eric has gone for here. But I know him personally, and he is a seasoned Bonnie player, so I'm sure he knows this matchup very well, and will be interesting to see how he maneuvers.
Yes, exactly. It is a very interesting matchup because it's been a matchup that has been a mainstay in the game for a very, very long time. Even though the deck may not be tier 1 at certain point in the meta game, they have always been like a tier 2 deck, right? Bonnie and Lucci, because they can just pick up decks that are going into a certain direction. For example, Lucci in particular, like even though you cannot control opponent's board, you still have the coveted Moria. Moria creates a lot of value from there. 8-cost 9k unit is a very fearsome unit. With a combination of a Rebecca blocker, searchers, you can just get a +2 from that play alone. And then Bonnie itself has been a very high tempo game. Like if you can't answer Bonnie's board, such as the Carrot, the Bonnie 5-cost, and the one and only Cavendish, which is the most, in my opinion, one of the most powerful like tempo card right now, where you just swing and then you get back to Standing Dawn, which is insane. And then of course Bonnie's leader effect, the one I think is the most flexible leader effect in the entire game right now. Pay 1 Dawn, opponent attack, rest. I don't care how big your unit. I don't care if you have a 10 cost. I don't care if you have Goldie Roger. I pay 1 rest. That's all. And I think that's why Bonnie is really very flexible in a sense, because in terms of that build, you're not restricted to archetype like what you say. There's a lot of variants of Bonnie. There's the Protector Kit. There is the late game for 10 cost Doffy. So it'd be really interesting to see how Eric chooses which deck he wants to highlight for today. And it'll be interesting for Daryl as well, because Lucci, to be fair, Lucci's creative space in deck building also has improved, I think, back then. It's not as black and white as last time where, 8-cost Moria and then removal Lucci and then cost reduction, that's all. But now we have like consideration, like ever since the stage is removed from the deck because of his ban, right? You have options like the 2-cost Uta. What do you think about the 2-cost Uta in particular, Josh?
When the stage first got banned, many people did start to adopt the 2-cost Uta along with the other events such as like Soap Sheep. So more cost reduction things, but with the addition of Black towards a 9-cost Kaido, things like that. So it's definitely interesting to see how Daryl's build is going to be, but we can see here Daryl going first, choosing to pass. Probably doesn't have the Spandam. Eric here going second, did manage to get the Bonnie and is about to look top 5. Ideally would want to take some combo pieces. Okay, he just gets the 2k shield.
2k shield, yes. The 2k shield, a very interesting concept that in One Piece that we have just developed, right? We don't really care what it does sometimes. It's a 2k shield, great, alien in the deck, fantastic. So we'll be seeing here Daryl going first turn. Swing for a simple 5k Mewtwo. This is why the Lucci deck is so strong sometimes, because like, it's just able to keep taking cards, milling cards, and then it creates an entire card pool for Moria to be pulled out, right? Not just Moria, Rebecca, and then also like the ability to eventually at one point, if you reach the stage where your deck is low enough, the deck size is about to deck out, you can start putting cards back to the bottom to rearrange the order however you like. But I don't think we'll reach that point today. So we just see a simple Brook to KO the Bonnie, and it's back to Eric.
We can see that in Daryl's drop zone, he does have the new Lucci here from the PRB storage set. Very nice card.
Yes, a very nice design indeed. I don't know, at this point we have so many different arts.
At this point we have so many different arts.
It's just a wonderful way to get into the game, right? You have so many options. You want this color, you want this color, you want that color, it's all to you. So we go back to Daryl's turn. Interesting 5 Dawn turn here. The Brook is going to get rested, or the Lucci is going to get rested. I assume the Brook
is pretty much a free turn for the Lucci here.
It's
most likely going to try to fix his hand with a Khalifa, or maybe get down Rebecca or something like that.
As we see, this is the power of the Bonnie that be able to rest any unit that's standing. So the power of this is that not only will you be there's a Sabo right there. Not only will you be able to rest anything, because next turn you'll be able to attack the said rested unit. So it's going to be ditching 2 cards here.
The 5-cost Sabo is something that hasn't been featured very prominently
Yeah,
in the decks
exactly.
recently. We do see it once in a while, and usually run at very low counts, usually like
Yes.
1 or 2.
1, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
so
because at the end of the day, you do have the Rebecca. Rebecca's able to
Yes,
fetch it back.
correct.
And the most common play in late game will be I have 2 to 3 we call it high power creature, and then you just combo it with the Rebecca and Sabo blocker.
yes, correct.
So Eric here can't swing 5 into 4, which is a 5k into the probe because of the Sabo blocker protecting the probe right there. This will be interesting to see what
So
the
ideally
Eric does.
be Cavendish.
Oh,
he goes
it's
for
going to be
the
carrot to
then.
just lock it right here. And it's just going to pass. Alright, interesting.
And
Yeah.
he does want to keep the one standing down to be able to use the leader ability
Yes,
instead
exactly.
of just swinging for 6. So just choosing to drop the carrot and
Correct.
stun the Brook.
Yes, even though you swing 5k, he'll just block with the Sabo, which is pointless,
Yes,
so just
yes,
pass
yes.
here. So Lucci play how and 7 Dawn turn. Traditionally, we do see the Jack being deployed here.
Yes,
but
correct.
I believe the Jack has been reduced in terms of deck count. I believe even 2 or even 0 at this point.
Yes, this is mainly due to Blackbeard as well, and the fact that it doesn't serve as much purpose as it used to in the Doflamingo matchup, considering how fast
Yes,
Doflamingo is.
considering how Doflamingo is now playing the Blackbeard variant with the 2-cost Blackbeard in their deck, and also the fact that you do have the 4-cost Lucci, which in a sense is a death sentence for Doffy matchup.
Yes, correct. So that is usually what they aim to go for.
Right.
Now we can see here Daryl swinging for 6,
6.
milling the
Oh, look at the
Rankaku, and
Kaido.
we can see he does play the Kaido here.
Yes. So we do see the ref on the Sabo. Eric now deciding does he want to give up the 2k shield or takes the damage. At this point in the game, this is like very hard to tell, right? Should you be taking more damage? Should you be guarding early at this point of the game?
And so you can see here that Eric opting to take more life now, trying to get more components. Oh, we can see a very interesting card here.
That's the new
The new 6-cost secret Luffy from OP10 here.
Yes.
Something that I don't think I've ever seen.
Yeah,
in
probably
a
caught
Lucci
us
deck.
probably caught all of us off guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a traditionally, let me say, like even though Lucci is a control deck, quote unquote, you
Yes.
will see high tempo play. Like this is a high tempo value card because if Eric doesn't answer this, this is gonna be a big problem. But that being said, there is a carrot on the field. If Eric can somehow rest sit Luffy, right, then Luffy is not gonna be standing next turn. Alright. So Eric just taking his time. Speaking of that card, many people might not be familiar with the card. So the bottom card is that I believe it sends 2 to 3 cards in the bottom deck, and then on attack, if your opponent has 5 cards or more, they choose to discard 1.
Yes, correct.
Yes, it is also a 6/7, I believe, 7k. Yeah,
Yeah, 6/7.
it's 7k. Very nice tank body. What 7k means is usually hard to commit 1 or 2 Dawn. You need to have a, you need to commit 2 Dawn to a 5k unit or at least 1 Dawn. So it's not that easy to. So we do see 6 into
6 to leader. And stunning the Sabo.
Yes. Sabo's not going to be standing up next turn. So Daryl just taking his time here to decide. It's really...
Having already taken 2 life, I don't think Eric will opt for the Hody Jones system to
Yeah, I think it's a
attempt to
bit
clear
too
the
dangerous to
Luffy.
Hody Jones, yeah.
Don't think he'd want to take and go to 2, especially before Moria hits the board, right?
It is going to be going fit. I believe this is another card to stun. Oh, it's going to be Cavendish first. Interesting. So
Yes, I think ideally the combo would be to Cavendish into the Tashigi. But let's see
I
what
think
he
this
opts
is
to
gonna
go
be- yes,
for.
it's gonna be
He's just
another
going to go
carrot.
for another double carrot. So he's stunning both the Sabo and the Brook here. And
a bit dangerous, I would say, because Eric has no Dawn up right now. So it will be 2 free hits from the Lucci player. So we see a Ryangaku, one of the most, I think ever since, what's that card called? The other
Great
card.
Eruption.
Yeah, Great Eruption got banned. This is the other replacement. That's why Lucci is really good, right? It's the only field deck that's able to reach that 10 cards into your trash so fast, so easily. And then reducing 3 costs, that's a huge cost reduction right there. Thinking what
I think
to
he's
reduce.
he's still deciding on what to do.
Probably
Of
the
course, he does
Cavendish.
go for the Cavendish here.
Cavendish being 2
He
costs.
doesn't want to give Eric the opportunity to abuse the card every turn and stand 2 Dawn.
Yeah, you really don't want
enable him to
Cavendish
play multiple characters on the board at the same time.
Yeah, if you're able to, this is why like Cavendish is one of the most important cards to remove in the bonding deck, and that's how the matchup usually goes. If you can protect the Cavendish or key units, usually the game goes to your favor. But if not, then you have to keep, putting up the work. You have to keep putting up units, and the control player, in this case Lucci, will have to keep removing said unit. And it goes back and forth until someone runs out of gas. So, deciding here, probably just a simple 5k swing. Yeah, the meaning, the Moria. There is a Lucci meal. That is a really good meal, besides the Moria, obviously.
Yes. Second Lucci in the drop here after the turn 1 mill. Okay, choosing to minus the Cavendish further. We can assume that this turn will be a Moria turn.
Yes, I would believe.
He still does have 8 Dawn remaining. Not sure if he has another cost reduction card in his drop.
Here.
Eric surprisingly takes it and goes to 2.
This usually tells 8 cost kit play, in my opinion, because usually what happens is that you don't want to be high life in 8 cost kit, because at that point you're going to be protecting said kit, the 8k body, so you want to have more hand in your hand. You want to have more hand, so you'll be taking life aggressively, like what is Eric doing. But we do see here
the Rebecca taking the Spandin and then playing the Hina directly from his hand. So we can assume that he will play the Spandin this turn and get the Lucci down to KO both the Cavendish and the Carrot. The Hina does -4 cost to the standing Carrot.
Yes.
So
wait. Is this a second Rebecca being played now?
Oh, so he instead of just playing the
Spandin now is going to play a second Rebecca. Interesting. Opting to putting more cards to his hand, because the game is quite early, so his number of cards in trash is, in my opinion, quite little. I think it's a very interesting decision right here. So he is going to be
interesting player. Just return three Tempest Kits.
And then
interesting that he decided to go for more blockers instead of leaving the Hina
the Broke or Hina,
leaving the Hina there, because you would assume that against Bonnie, because of the leader ability, you'd want to try to go as wide as possible, because you know that they'd always be able to shut down one attack with the leader effect, but instead choosing to go for double blockers here, even though he's in a safer position.
Yes, Daryl's trash is looking in lack of a term, unhealthy in terms of resource, because unlike other decks, Lucci does strive more if there's more cards in the trash. And we're seeing here that I believe we're seeing 4 cards only in the trash right now, because don't forget, Spandin takes 3 cards to the bottom, and then Lucci itself takes 3. So you need to be able to return 6 cards every turn to do this combo, and that's what Daryl did. But being able to do so, he's also was just do it as well. He is going to be returning more cards. This is interesting. He is going to be returning more cards right here. He is going to return a Spandin Rebecca and the 0-cost event to force Eric to discard 1 card. Oh, that's the 9-cost checks. And Eric just eats. Eric down to 1 life right now.
Eric down to 1 life, but there is no fear in his eyes here. I believe, like you mentioned before, he might possibly be going for the 8-cost kit angle here together with the Tashigi, because despite only having 1 life and Daryl having a much wider board and still being on 3 life, but none of his units are really that big or threatening enough to be able to deal with the kit unless you shove a lot of Dawn on them.
Yeah, exactly.
So
we do see a lock on the Luffy, and then a simple block. Just going to go for the 10-cost Dorothy, stunning.
So he goes for the 10-cost Dorothy instead. Like we said, we weren't sure exactly what build Eric was opting for here. I do see some builds that are running both, but most of the time they usually veer more towards a particular boss.
Yes, exactly.
Being either 8-cost kit or 10-cost Dorothy. So we can see that Eric is going for a 10-cost Dorothy build here. I actually haven't seen him put down or guard with a Tashigi the entire game either. So
Yeah, and like this is a very powerful play right now because you see the Lucci side, none of the students are standing. And traditionally, we know that Lucci doesn't really run a lot of cards that says rush. So he won't be able to dish out that last life into Eric. Eric doesn't have the leader effect, nor a blocker, but it's completely fine because like there is no way to deal damage this turn. Or Lucci can do this turn and just develop a board. And
Oof.
it is a
This
card
is another card that we
haven't
not
seen in a long time. Yeah.
This card, primarily, we used to see this card in the Moria deck.
Yeah, correct.
Back in the day, because it used to be able to contest BY
Yes.
Luffy.
Oh, Eric's being
So,
punished for having a big hand size right now, discarding 2 cards. We do see a 2K shield and
Hody Jones.
Hody Jones, another card.
We see a
That's,
2K shield and a Hody Jones being discarded.
that's
here.
quite painful, I think. So we do see back to Eric. I believe it is quite.
However, I do believe that Eric's position here isn't exactly super bad.
Yeah, I
Wait,
don't
we
think
can
it's
take a
bad.
look at his hand. He does have the 8-cost kit in his hand. You see he has another Hody Jones, a carrot. Probably deciding what is the angle to go for here. I mean, if he did have a 10-cost Luffy, I think that is most likely what he would aim to do. Although despite being on 1 life and not having a Cavendish on the board to be able to stand back a Dawn, it does put him in a pretty dangerous position.
I think instead of the Dawn, I think it's more possible to have a blocker right now because if you see that position, right, even though if he has a Dawn, I don't think it serves any purpose. As you can see, there's only 4 units, right?
Yeah,
so
the carrot being able to
will
stun
stun
one.
and then attack
Yes,
on Sophie.
yes.
So I
And
think
attack
in
on-
this turn, it depends on what Eric has, but I think you ideally want an 8-cost kit here to start protecting because the only one threatening here is the issue right there. And does go for the simple 6K, I believe to deciding right here. So choose to go 6K Sabo and then block stuns the Luffy and then a simple guard right there, throwing the stun in from the hand. This is where the 10K is kind of matters. At this point, the 10K will hit no matter what you hit. It's just a question of where, face or the board. This is what we mean by like high power units being like a very, very powerful and important key factor in this game because this unit usually determines it's gonna remove something or it's gonna go into life.
Yes, that is true. And we can see here that due to the fact that Daryl did not get his 8-cost Moria this game, so having the 10-cost Luffy on the board for Eric is actually
really, really good for Derek.
really strong here. So
Yes.
he's basically able to dictate which unit he's able to kill, and that I'm pretty sure there's no way Daryl will commit so much of his hand to guard
Yes.
either this Sabo or this Lucci.
Yes, or the face. It's either one of these choices,
Yeah.
exactly.
So Eric just taking his time here, deciding on what to do. Like we said, there is the 8-cost kit angle, the 10-cost Luffy angle,
It's even the Shanks if he has one.
even the 9-cost Shanks angle, but I don't think he would 9-cost Shanks in this situation, having already stunned the Luffy with the carrot, right?
Hey, you never know. Harder tempo, harder wins.
Yeah, true. Well, instead
So it
of
does go for the
choosing to
Cavendish.
Go for Cavendish here.
Though we do go to 7 into 7 Dawn right now. The only play I can guarantee he won't do is the Hody Jones.
I'm pretty sure he will not go for the Hody Jones instead. However, developing a bot like this is...
Yes, just go for the 7 to the 6, threatening, asking Daryl for a 2K shield if you have. I think he's just trying to siphon out like a bit of hand from Daryl.
Yeah.
He's like making sure, alright, I want you to commit as much, and he does commit the Khalifa there.
You see, Daryl here is already down to
Three.
three hand
Yes.
cards. So
3 hand, and the only notable creature right there is actually the issue.
Yes.
8K I believe? Or 9K?
that's the 8-cost 9K.
8 costs 9K, exactly. 9K is not a bad body. 9K into the carrot means it's a 2K shield. So it is a decent body, but of course nothing compared to the 10 cost Dolphy right here, swinging into what will it be? Going into the Lucci. So the Lucci just gets removed. Going into I believe that is the
That's new Smoker from
yes.
OP10. So at the end of the turn, he's able to stand 1 Dawn if he did not stand...
I believe it's basically It's basically you can stand one Dawn, and then for the rest of the turn you can't stand Dawn from character
Yep,
ability
yep, yep.
anymore.
So the order is you would use the Cavendish
Yes,
first,
correct.
and,
And
then
then into
and then,
the
and then you would
smoker.
use the smoker.
That
so
looks like Tashiki, which
yeah,
got all
that
the
looks
confused.
like the Tashiki.
So that would be like a competitive issue. The Tashiki or Smoker? Like, yeah, but officially the name is Smoker.
Yes, correct.
So we'll be referring as Smoker. So instantly just putting one Dawn into the issue for that -3 cost
Minus 3
towards
cost
the board.
everything on the board. So
Yes. So as you can see
There
now,
we go.
starting from the top, it will be a 2 cost, 2 cost, 7 cost, and 2 cost.
yes, correct. So
Everything looks really cheap. Discount. A really big
It's true.
discount.
So Daryl is deciding what to go for here. Eric, having kept one Dawn standing, is going to limit Daryl's attacks to just one
Yes. So
for this turn.
he is going to straight up just attack with the issue. Now Eric has an interesting decision. Do you rest the Ichi or the Sabo? Of course, I think resting the Luchi makes sense, right? Because you don't want him to
Yes.
mill cards, reduce
It's,
cost.
it's highly unlikely that
Yes.
Daryl will swing with the Sabo this turn. So
Yeah, correct.
Hence why I said I only expect there to be one attack this turn.
Exactly. So
So,
it is going to be given. The
You can
carrot
see
just
that Eric just gives up
the
the
carrot just goes down, which has taken a long time if you remember.
Oh.
Oh,
Surprisingly,
Sabo
Derek
just goes
is
in.
choosing to swing with the Sabo. He's considering it.
Makes a bit of sense. Oh, Eric just takes it going down to 0. Interesting. So it's going to be the Ice Age right here, reducing the Doflamingo
So
being...
Doflamingo is at
and
2
then you
cost
can
down,
see
and there
it's
it
an
is.
8 cost Moria.
Everybody's favorite card, 8 cost Moria.
So he is just going to go into a Moria. This is what we mean by like the early attempts, right, when Daryl sent a lot card back to the bottom, where it limits the option of what you're calling from the trash. But hey, if you have Moria and the Ice Age, everything works, right? Yeah, I think that play there, right there, is a bit hard for Daryl to do because he does take down the Doflamingo, but it doesn't take down the other 2 units standing right there, especially the Cavendish, which is, in my opinion, a very huge threat right now. And the Smoker does have a banish effect, I believe.
Yes, this Smoker does have a banish effect. Going back to the previous turn, I think that Daryl did not use the leader ability to
Yes,
minus
exactly.
a further 1 cost
no,
to
because of the Bonnie, right? The leader effect.
Yes, correct.
Yes,
correct.
yes, so-
he didn't get to use the
leader effect.
leader ability.
So-
That if not, he would have been
Yeah,
able
exactly.
to kill both the Cavendish
the units.
and the 10 cost Sophie.
Yes, in that aspect, yes. But the thing is that Eric will always rest. So if he choose to attack with the Luchi first, he will choose to rest the Isho, which can't take out the carrot. So you see her straight away just go into Holy Jones, 7 leader and restanding to Dawn. Oh. With that guard, I don't think there's leader from Eric's side. 3 attacks, 3 life. It's a bit unfortunate. But Eric, I believe, do have a lot of resources in his hand. So if he has a blocker, I think he can still survive.
If he has a blocker here, there is a chance maybe.
So it does.
However, it's not really looking very good for
Not really looking very good for the
for
board.
Eric at the moment here. We'll see what he chooses to do. Maybe he does have small blockers to play, but being able to only rest 1 and block 1 with 2 attacks remaining, it doesn't look very good for Eric here. He is going to attack Sabo. Okay, we can see that
Does have the
he
blocker.
will be able to limit Daryl to just 1 attack, but if Daryl can get rid of this blocker, potentially it could just be game right here.
Yes. So this is a bit dangerous. Right now, I think Daryl is just going to go for game right here. If he can go for game. There is 3 attacks and 1 is going to get rested.
Yep. So he's just looking at to do like a 12-12 here. Assuming 3 Dawn on the Moria 12,
Yeah,
the
12
Luchi gets
here.
rested, and then 7 Dawn on the leader. Character Luchi will get rested. So most likely just going for a 12-12 here. Eric's hand is pretty big, so there is the good chance that he would
Block.
be able to gut
And then
this.
there's a 12 leader.
However, he's not able to gut this. We can see, we remember from earlier, he did have the 8 cost kit and the in his hand. So
Yes.
Daryl here does take the game here with Lucci. So very clean game from Daryl here.
Yes, very clean game from Daryl, and also I think from Eric's point of view, because in most games Eric does take a lot of life, which is very interesting, I think. But I think there wasn't a point where he can develop the ACOS kit into a safe position.
I mean, that usually is the strategy with Bonnie, right? So
yeah, I think we're gonna have
trying to get more resources from life to be able to protect the ACOS kit later on. So I believe now we will have an interview with the winning player. So give us a moment and we will be right back.
Yes.
So
you or me?
You want to go or me? I can go lah.
You go first.
I go.
I go.
Because just now you took the Spondy Mac already, so your turn, you actually can add one to your fee to smack the carrot. So you discard 2 cards for him ready to defend the carrot. Then later he drop another 1, so he must 3 that turn ready. Then you still can play 3 for the Spondy to bomb him. So you have 0, you minus 3 card and minus 2 carry down, 3 carry down.
The ICH rooms
here, so I don't know, is it here or down? It's down easier actually. Down easier mah. Because the basic.
That's why if me I show
if I would just issue where and then issue the but I miscount. But okay lah.
Rakesh do. Huh? No, I'll go up I think. Never mind lah, it's okay lah.
You win the melee, should be can.
Yeah, then you okay. On the best later.
My hand shaking here, what the fuck?
Go stream.
First time stream, yeah, the hell.
Then we all gonna sleep? Oh, we need to go. What time? I don't know. We still got 5 minutes left. I think we can head out first. You want to? Later we need to go out. Okay, I don't know. We can stay here lah.
Hi, hello everyone. So I'm here together with Daryl, who just beat Eric in the first round of the Bandai Card Games Fest 2024-2025, skillfully piloting his Lucci deck to beat Eric's Bonnie. So, okay, congratulations, Daryl. Can you please tell us first why you decided to opt for Lucci in this meta?
Actually, I came here expecting a lot of NL. Then usually I play Dofi one.
Alright, I see.
But then if I expect a lot of NL, I will play something other than Dofi. So I chose Lucci. Because I don't think there is that much Blackbeard here.
Okay, I see. Alright. So you mentioned that you think that there won't be much Blackbeard here. So do you feel like but I did see that in your deck, you did tag a few specific cards for the Blackbeard matchup, such as the 9-cost Kaido and things like that. But overall, you do feel like the matchup is very much in their favor. And what chances do you give yourself if you were to bump into a Blackbeard? Do you think that there is a chance that you could possibly take a game or two? If you could, like, example, chain 9-cost Kaido and things like that. What do you see like as the key points for you to be able to take victory against something like Blackbeard?
I think the only way to win Blackbeard is if they break lah. Actually, I think it's a losing matchup lah. No matter what you tag, also it's tough lah.
Okay.
Only if Blackbeard break, then actually have chance.
Okay, I see. So in this matchup in particular, the one that you just played against Bonnie, as we know, Bonnie from OP10 did get a few new additional cards such as the Tashigi and the Smoker. So how do you feel the matchup has changed for Lucci against Bonnie compared to before OP10? Do you feel it's much more difficult, or do you feel like if you just get your things, such as your Moria and your cost reduction things, the matchup is just as before? It's just as simple as before?
Definitely will be harder lah, cause the new Tashigi is very annoying. If you can have Tashigi and the Rosinante on the board, is you have to KO that before you can KO the big characters.
Alright. So in this matchup in particular, at which point did you feel like you were very much in control? Like at which turn did you feel like, oh, okay, this game is mine? Because on your 8 dawn turn, you didn't exactly have the Ecos Moria straight away, and it didn't look like you were in such a strong position. Eric actually managed to develop a pretty strong board. He managed to get down like 2 carrots and things like that. So at which point did you feel like, oh, okay, this is my game, like now I'm in control?
I think as soon as he went down to 1 life, I'm like, okay, should be quite in my favor already, because just I need 2 attacks.
Yeah.
And I have quite a big board. So actually there was a round where I was contemplating I should just whack 10k and then jam all in, but I went for the safer option.
Yep. Alright. Okay, thank you very much, Daryl. We can see that he successfully piloted the Lucci deck today against Eric, and we do hope to see him continue in the further rounds. So good luck, Eric. Good luck, Daryl. And best of luck in the future rounds. And that's all. Thank you.
バトルスピリッツ、放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中、トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを顕現させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は？バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ、放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中、トアは勝機を見出そうと 新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロッドを権限させるとは。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ユニオンアリーナ先輩、私たちがユニアリのカードになるみたいです。コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってくストー 一人にはさせないから、いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
早すぎる時のまた時さら食べて、一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。
1、2、3、あ、
Surrender この震えたことに切れば音鳴らせる、まだ小さかったこの手が描くすべてにノートから編み出す未来回転。Just like me コミュニケーション雨に打たれないから許せない熱い想い体中で伝えたいよ tonight。
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ少年撃破団放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる。特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。 原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲーム
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest 24-25 here in the Kuala Lumpur Convention Center. And we're about to head into round 2 of the One Piece main event here. And after the first game where Daryl skillfully maneuvered his way past Eric's Bonnie with Lucci, now we are entering round 2. So just for everybody's information, there will be a total of 10 rounds of Swiss today.
10 rounds.
10 rounds of Swiss, and then we will cut to a top 32 tomorrow. So many more rounds to go. It'll be a long day ahead for our players here, and definitely looking forward to see what other matchups we come across today. So Norvin, is there anything in particular you're looking forward to seeing?
You see, right, Josh, I'm looking for like something fun and so playable. So for example, maybe Lim?
Maybe Lim, yeah, correct.
I think Lim is a very interesting deck with the addition of the new 1-cost rare card. They only got like really little support, but that support is amazing, I tell you. So what it does is that that 1-cost Lim on play, of course it comes rested because of the leader effect. However, you can choose any other card, including herself, to stand back up so she can protect herself. And what you know, her other effect is interesting. When she is to be removed, you can rest another Lim character to protect her. So she is really important because as a Lim you want as many rested characters as you want, but that's not the cherry on the top. The cherry on the top is the new Anno. The new Anno is really good. On play, if you have 2 rested characters, draw 3, discard 2, Josh. Draw 3.
That is very strong. So definitely looking forward to seeing that if there is any Lim decks here.
Yes.
I do know for a fact that in Japan the deck has been producing some good results.
Some result in the earlier meta week, yes. But I will say, in the truth is for the deck at least, it is still another board-based deck like Bonnie, what we saw, where it doesn't have much going on, where you just create a lot of board. And the difference is that for Lim, you're just trying to accelerate Dawn to play your high-cost creature. In this case, 9-cost Zoro, or even the I forgot his name, but there's this 9-cost Odyssey guy.
Adio.
Adios, yes, Adios right there. Right there, just playing him, and then you can recover Dawn so that you can play another creature down. So that's one of it. And another one would be interesting would be maybe a deck that's recently won a Malaysia qualifier recently.
Oh, Reiju?
Reiju. Interestingly, if you notice, out of nowhere, there were a lot of, maybe in the Facebook marketplace, I want to buy, Reiju, so many Reijus. Even in Twitter, Facebook, right, there are a lot of like Reijus popping up here and there. Interestingly, all because of one interesting factor, which is the addition of the new Sanji Searcher.
Yes, the new Sanji Searcher has made the deck a lot more consistent,
yes.
if I do say so. They already had started to include other tech cards such as like the Porsche.
Yes.
Porsche was also...
Porsche is now a mainstay. Used to be hey man, why don't we just funny haha play a Porsche? It's no longer funny. That thing is very scary right now. Go first with the Porsche, play it down, and then you can call it Ichiji to 7k. Wow, that's... of course, you go a lot of Dawn reduction, right? You'll be at 1 Dawn, but don't forget, they have still one of the most important cards. In fact, the one turning point in the history of the game that RP Law abuses at 1.2 RP Law got banned. I'm talking about Maria.
Yes, Black Maria is also a tech card that they do now play in Reiju that minuses a lot of Dawn every turn, so they're able to regain back that Dawn so that in the late game they do have a lot more Dawn to perhaps go into the Judge or once they have an established board to start distributing Dawn and accelerating, pushing for life. So definitely, Reiju is something that most recently started to have a resurgence. As we know, just last week in the Malaysia regionals, our very own local from KL here, Gary Ngai, skillfully managed to pilot Reiju to first place, beating Lucci in the final. And our meta is pretty interesting. We, alongside Reiju, we also had the Buggy deck in the top 4. Our top 4 actually did consist of Buggy, Reiju, Lucci, and Dofi. So definitely looking forward to seeing what other spicy decks that players have brought today, because
the meta is very wide.
The meta is very wide, and sometimes players do opt to go for comfort if this is the case, when there is many decks that are good. Not everyone usually diverts straight away to the most how do you say popular meta deck, but they opt to go for comfort instead. And sometimes these comfort decks
much more better than actual meta decks, because in the end of the day, like One Piece is a game where it's a very tempo focused game. So as long as you know what you're doing with your deck and your deck's win con, you can play towards that tempo. If you need more characters pushing out, you need to be ditching more phase. If you know that I will win the late game, so you just need to create a huge tempo advantage so that you can take over the board and then stall the late game. Like how the Lucci is, like Daryl said, he's 1 life, I understand my tempo is no longer control. I just need to be able to dish out a board and protect myself to go for game. And that kind of stuff. And even like Eric realizing last game that, I don't have the next turn, I need to just go for game, hold Jones right there, Pam, but then the Lucci able to block. So all this important understanding at which point do you push, at which point do you protect, at which point you develop board is very important. Hence why it's allowing you to have a diverse meta right now. We see Buggy, like you mentioned, Reiju, talking about Lim. And then if we go like above that, we go into the tier 1, tier 2 area, there are a variety of decks that constantly pop out in the meta game. So you have the Doffy, and then below the Doffy umbrella you have Shanks, P. Luffy, Yellow decks NL / Kid. You have the BY Luffy that still pop out, destroying Lucci. You have Blackbeard, a deck that in retrospect actually kills any deck that relies on play. So it kills the yellows on play, it kills the purple on play if possible. And then we have Shanks, the most popular, in my opinion, it's the most popular deck for anyone beginner or even intermediate level or high level to play the deck, because at the end of the day you're playing a long round Swiss. We talk about 10 Swiss round. You don't want to be thinking so much about play Doffy, I need to arrange here, arrange there. So problematic. You don't want to think about playing a deck like Lucci, I need to count here, count there, toss reduction. You play Shanks, pick the deck, I draw my cards, I play down my big creature, and all you think about is, do I go for game? Do I protect myself? So it has a lot of variety of decks for you to pick in terms of playstyle and also in your mindset as well. So it really depends on play. And I believe we do have our table set up for round 2. Does my eye spy me Doffy and Doffy?
You can spy on the right here, we have Doffy, and on the left, I'm pretty sure this is also Doflamingo as well.
Yes, we're going to see the Doflamingo mirror win. This is my personal opinion. I think the Doflamingo mirror is interesting. It either goes very fast or very, very, very long. What do you think, Josh?
This matchup usually comes down to resource management, because both players will end up not really going aggressively for life, but more of controlling each other's board. So the way that they manage their resources will be very important here, as well as who goes first, who goes second, who gets more Jimbes, who gets more Weevils to draw cards, who gets more Laws to return the other Doffy players' cards to hand. And of course, who gets the all-important 2-cost teach, which is actually super important in this mirror.
Yes. It's interesting how the deck went from, we don't need to teach, to now everyone and everyone is playing Teach in their deck right now, which is an interesting factor. I personally still think that Teach is not a very, very important card per se. I think it's good in the meta core because like you want to be aggressive against Blackbeard, you want to be aggressive against Shanks, you want to be aggressive against a lot of decks. But it really depends because the thing about Blackbeard is that yes, you get more power, but putting cards back to the top of the deck to call stuff, right? That means it's a reduction in hand. And if you're against like, let's say an unlucky situation where someone just trigger a removal, boom, your creature is gone and also the hand is gone. So, not say gone, sorry, the hand is like reduced. So you're in a disadvantage. Oh, I think Blackbeard is not super important, but I do see the relevancy in the meta game for Blackbeard.
I think the Doflamingo players do value the ability to be able to go very wide, very quickly
to call
with
what you
the
want.
Teach. Yes. Because essentially with similar to ACOS Moria, where I think most people know this by now, like on your 8th dawn turn, you do the usual ACOS Moria into like Rebecca and Helmepo, and then the Rebecca gets you a Spandin, and then the Spandin goes into Lucci. So it's like for a 8 cost cut, you get essentially, if I'm not mistaken, like 21 cost worth of stuff. So basically, you're cheating out the cost. So it's similar with the Teach here. Basically, on your 3 dawn turn going first as a Doflamingo player, you're able to get like 10 cost worth of stuff down. Like let's say if you play down a Teach and then you put a Jinbei to the top of your deck and then you call the Jinbei into Weevil, you essentially got down 10 cost worth of things on your 3 dawn turn while hitting for 7k and drawing a card. So this cheating of the cost, so to speak, is actually very, very strong. So I think this is why a lot of Doflamingo players have opted to go for this Blackbeard as well. And like we said, it's important to go very wide, not just in the mirror, but in most matchups as well. So hence why I think Blackbeard, personally, I think Blackbeard is a must, a 4-off in all Doflamingo decks.
I do agree. I personally do agree that in the meta game right now, 4-off is really, really important. And we do see right now a Perona being played here, taking up the top deck. So we have Julius Mayo versus
Julius and Aino.
Alright, interesting. So we are going to see a setup. We do see the Weaver in hand. And we're going to see another Perona as well. We'll look at the top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perona has been a mainstay as well in Dorothy for a long time in this deck. Even before the deck becomes like relevant in its former days, Perona's always in the deck, right?
Yeah. Perona is super important to be able to dictate what you're about to call, what you're about to draw. So in this case, we can see that
the Jozu, right?
Julius does have like Jozu,
Jinbei, a lot of good stuff right
there. Jinbei as well. So just arranging what he would like to draw and call for the turns after.
Yes, I think the Jozu is also a very key card in the meta game.
Yes. This Jozu from when it was first released, people didn't immediately adopt it into
why have we played Jozu?
Adopt it into the Doflamingo decks.
One day later, everyone
and then after a while, many people started to pick up on it and.
So we do see the most power play in Dorothy right now. The Jinbei into the Weaver, the most common play you see doing from a Doflamingo player. And we do see a Black Teach being drawn from Julius Mayo going to his 4th dawn turn here. Technically speaking here, usually you want to develop your own Jinbei here, I believe, instead of going for 8 phase.
Yeah, but in this case, I do believe that he arranged his Jinbei already to be on the top of his deck. I believe if he had this Teach in his hand already, I believe he would have wanted to draw the Jinbei instead, but that's just how things go. He got the Teach from life, so he is contemplating if he would like to play down the Teach because ideally this turn he would like to swing into the Jinbei to force Aino here to commit some cards to guard. This is how the mirror usually goes. Both players do not really swing for life that often. They usually aim for board instead. That's the advantage of actually going second actually, is that you get to take the first swing from the Doflamingo, so you will have the additional hand cards for one for going second and the second for eating the first life, whereas the player who goes first will be stuck on 5 for pretty much a good portion of the
Yes,
game here,
correct.
having to guard his board.
Yeah, exactly. So like what you say, it's gonna be down to the board control essentially. Eventually the meta just go into like I hit your board, I hit my board, I hit your board, you hit my board. Eventually someone will get like tired of it and then say, you know what, I will aim your face instead, going for the leader. And then it will go down to a very interesting down to like the how many 2k, 1k should you have at the last moment of your life, because eventually both players will be very low in hand size. We will say maybe 5 or 4 or even less than that, and then it will all down to like if they can keep up the guarding, keep up the pressure. So we do see here a simple 5k to Jinbei, I believe.
And we can see a simple 5k to Jinbei here, probably aiming to develop his own board and redirect some attacks to life here, hence why
7 to the Jinbei here, forcing out 2 cards from Julius Mayer's hand. This is where it's essential to decide, do I let this go or do I keep guarding? He can block and 2k shield right here.
I think that is what he's contemplating, and that is what he will go for. He will opt to block and go for the 2k here. So
that is a very weak turn, I would say.
Yeah, this is not exactly the best turn here from Aino, just dropping the crocodile, not even getting to return the Perona to his hand.
Yeah, not even getting Perona to hand. It is why it's important to have the law, right? The law allows you to bounce units back to hand and also bounce their units. So you see here, Julius here is on his 6th Dawn, so this is a very prime time to play the Jozu, as we mentioned.
Yes, this would be an optimal turn to go for the Jozu here. He'll be able to pick up his own Perona and return Aino's Weevil to his hand.
The question is, do you swing with the...
But however, he is contemplating going for the Jinbei and Tish again.
Huh, interesting.
However, he doesn't actually have the most ideal...
Well, he knows what's in the top deck because of the Perona.
Yeah, he does know what's at the top of his deck.
So it depends on... This is where what we meant by the technical difficulty of Dorothy. It is a simple deck where I call unit, I swing, pam, pam, pam. But the harder part here is deciding the order, the timing, and sometimes predicting what opponent do so that your order aligns with your opponent's play. If your opponent do something that doesn't align with your play, then your call and your optimization for the top deck call is really different already, right?
Yep.
So it really, really depends on your skill knowledge in the game and your skill knowledge of the deck.
Yes, that is correct.
So that's what makes Dorothy really difficult. And we can see here a simple 6 Dawn turn, which is usually simple for other decks. It becomes, 7k here, interesting. So he is going to opt for 7k into the Weaver.
Since he is doing this, we can assume that he will go for the Teach play this turn. So
very aggressive, trying to get rid of the board right here. So I believe it is going to be a Teach right here. We are going to see the Teach. Teach goes here. And this is at the point where like face just becomes something that people go swing into. A Jinbei. And it's going to be, not the best.
Not the best, but at
Still
least
a body.
It's a 5k body here.
And this is where we see the tempo swing types. The tempo swings into Julius's favor with the amount of units on the board. We see a devastating 3 5k units all swinging to leader, and then a 6k unit which is also a blocker, and of course the Teach dictating what you want to call from your deck. So we go back to Iman's turn.
Right there we could see the power of the 2-cost Teach there, because Julius was able to commit quite a lot of Dawn to swing into the Weevil, get rid of it, and at the same time still be able to spawn 2 things at once. So
and this is what we mean about the hand size. Look at Julius' hand too, Josh.
Yes, but like we mentioned, this does consume a lot of hand size here. So Aino actually is in a position whereby he will be able to clear quite a lot of Julius's units without even committing much Dawn, and instead use those Dawn to establish his own
unit.
board. So
I believe
it isn't exactly all doom and gloom for Aino here.
Yes. In fact, I would say like it's very early. So Julius is interestingly trying maybe to... Because if Julius is guard here, he just guard with his Jozu.
He just got with the Jozu and goes down to one hand, which happens to be the Parfum. So actually has no shield remaining here, but he did essentially feel like he had to protect his board there. Meanwhile, Aino here is considering going for the Jozu play here. most likely to return the Hancock.
Just reduces the Hancock, yes. This is what we meant by Josu being a powerful unit, being able to remove opponent's unit on the board. But not just that, Josh, a 7k unit, a key number to hit 5k units, which, well, Julius has a lot. Julius has a lot of 5k units on the board, and probably soon as well, because most of the units that Doflamingo just called are 5k. The notable ones are probably just Weaver and Boa, which is just 6k. Even then, asking a 2k shield at Julius' position is really, really rough, because Julius now is down to only 2 cards in hand. He might have the high ground on the board and also on the life, but will this advantage actually sticks? That's the question.
Yes, that's true. And also, like you mentioned here, the 6-cost Josu is not susceptible to being bounced back by the 4-cost law. So it is something that will stick on the board.
Yes.
Unless there is, I don't think.
Another, basically, I think a Josu in the Josu is also very common.
Yeah. Unless, it does get
that's why
Josu back.
Julius goes back to Julius' turn into an 8 Dawn turn here. Well, there is the famous spell event that everyone uses at one point.
Gravity Blade?
Gravity Blade, yeah, you know it, I know it. The one card that I think in this situation Julius will like Gravity Blade here, because he can just swing 5, 5, 5, 6. Oh, sorry, 5, 5, 6. Even use the leader, even use the Blackbeard to call with the leader effect if he wants to. He can use Gravity Blade and then Blackbeard into leader effect if he really wants to. But at this position, it's very hard, because we do know his hand is the Boa, the event, the Purple Perfume, and what's the other card? I spy in my hand. Is it Blackbeard?
In Julius's hand, I do believe.
Oh,
I see a Parfum.
I see, yeah. Julius' hand is a perfume.
I think
the croc.
it's a crocodile.
It's a croc, yeah.
Crocodile,
So it's a croc, a boa, and a perfume.
So Julius is wondering how he's going to maneuver this turn. I know definitely is much more healthier in terms of his hand size. We do see he has 2 perfumes in his hand along with a Gravity Blade, so doesn't exactly have the units to go wide if his board does get cleared, but in return he would be able to respond with Gravity Blade to clear whatever Julius plays down this turn. So
yes,
Julius is just considering what he would want to do this turn. Maybe even possibly this turn opting to use the Mihawk effect to change up his hand here, be able to draw 2 and drop 2. But however, it's just going to shove 2 down onto the Jinbei and opt for 7k into the
7K
Crocodile.
Right there. So 6 leader, he's going to draw 2.
Going to draw 2.
That
is another interesting card that we don't usually see in Doflamingo.
Kaido.
The 10-cost Kaido that draws 4.
Yes, we used to see that in a long time ago, but I think as the meta changes and develop, it is not really a card that people will go to. But in Julius' position, this might be good for him.
Yeah, in this game in particular, with both players being extremely starved of resources, very low on hand size, that 10-cost Kaido could actually prove to be useful later on in the game.
Yeah, it is going to be very powerful. It is going to go into the Boa, rearranging the hand. But so I believe Julius might be putting his Crocodile into the top card.
Yeah, I believe that unless he decides to just swing for 7 and pass, most likely he will use the Teach effect to put the Crocodile to the top of his deck to just get another body down. And then even if his board does get somewhat cleared the next turn, he has the window to drop the 10-cost Kaido.
I do think that putting Aino onto the clock in terms of the life now is quite important. Swinging 7 leader, or even 8 if he really wants to, is really, really valid right here. And he's thinking about, he does have the Mihawk in hand. Okay, oh, not Mihawk in hand, sorry, the Mihawk from the, well, so we're just going to attach 1. He is going to opt for the Blackbeard effect. We will believe putting the Crocodile on top, swinging 8,000 to leader and calling the Crocodile. And he is going to take it. Down to life. Julius being 4 life, interestingly, and then 1 card in hand. But we all know what that 1 card is, George. A very powerful card.
A very powerful card that he will most definitely play next turn. So I know is not exactly in a super bad position as well. He does have the hand size.
Yes.
And he would be able to clear at least 2 things this turn. I did see that he had the 4-cost law as well. So if he opts to go for that, we'll be able to return the Boa back to Julius' hand. So
yes, I think if you are in Aino's or Julius' position as a player, right, you will be thinking, oh, Aino is color like in the head in terms of the hand size, even board presence, because that 7k actually represents a very strong threat. But we casters know what is in Julius' hand, which is a very interesting turn of events. So we want to see how Aino is going to pilot this out. Does have the gravity blade in hand as well to consider. So if he swings 7 here, there is the opportunity to still go for gravity blade. Opt to go for 7. Leader effect wouldn't allow you to use the gravity blade, so he will use 7, calling out the Jinbei into the law. And then the law effect maybe?
So most likely the law going to return the Perona here and give back the Boa.
Yes.
So
and he's going to return his law. Interesting. Well, there is a play that people do go for where you can return the law and then play the law back and return another unit, which is something that we've seen often. Law and the law and the law and the law. And wow, his hand size is really big. Aino's hand is starting to look really, really good. So he does go for now 7 to 5, I think. Getting rid of the crocodile. It will be Jinbei into the law, removing the Perona. Oh, sorry, not removing the bouncing the Perona back to hand, yes. And then bouncing state card to hand, Perona. This is a very clean turn, I think.
yeah, this is a pretty good turn here from Aino, clearing almost everything from Julius' side, establishing his own board here.
Yes.
And
going
putting
back.
himself in a pretty safe position here. Julius now does have a bit more options since a few of the cards they get bounced back into his hand, the Boa.
I think we all know what's coming.
But I think he might choose to go for the 10-drop Kaido.
Yes. One of the most power play cards for blue right now. I think it might be a surprise for Aino, I would say. He might not
definitely
be
would be a surprise for Aino here. He does have the gravity blade as well in his hand, so that is something that he is considering. However, just dropping the 10-cost Kaido here
asserts a lot of tempo value, a lot of advantage. You increase in hand size. You have a 12k body and now threatens the Josu, which traditionally in this matchup is the highest body, but now you have to deal with the 12k. Oh, he does go for gravity blade instead. Interesting.
Just go for gravity blade instead. I was gonna say that going for the 10-cost Kaido would have been able to get him a lot of resources and things like that. But however, Aino's board is just way too developed, and he would be able to really go very hard next turn onto Julius's life next turn just by distributing all his Dawn. Because essentially, if you're dropping the 10-cost Kaido, you're not exactly removing anything from Aino's board. So that's why he decided not to drop the 10-cost Kaido when he was in such a position, instead aiming to just clear more of Aino's board, instead going for the gravity blade here. And then I believe he will be going for the Jinbei into the...
He didn't pay... Oh, okay, there we go, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say he... I was like, But alright, I think it's all good. Julius notices it. So it is going to be Jinbei into the Boa Hancock. Going 9 into the... Of course, you give up. And then passing back to Aino. But in terms of the hand size advantage, Aino does have a lot, I would say.
Aino is definitely leading in terms of the hand card count here. However, I would say that in terms of the board state, It is pretty much even. How
Even. Oh, gravity blade
getting
back.
the gravity blade here.
Getting rid of Blackbeard as well.
Blackbeard as well. So
Getting rid of the entire board. It is going to be a...
However, this does mean that next turn Julius does have an
Ow,
opening to get...
too soon,
but he gets
Meister John.
another Jinbei from the top of his deck here.
Yeah, I was going to agree with you until I saw the Jinbei.
Yes, I was going to say, I was thinking that it was definitely an opening for the Kaido here, but it just top stack.
But I
top
know
decks
did
the
see it,
Jinbei
right,
instead.
with the Verona last turn, so
he
this
did
is all
see the
planned.
So this is all pre-planned.
Yes. Now we look at it as Julius is in a predicament situation. Like, what do you want to do? You have all your outs are gone, your Blackbeard is gone, there's no boards, your hand is not looking healthy as well, I believe 3. I think it's only one play. When in doubt.
Yeah, there's only one play and it looks like it's about to be
It's
the
going to
Kaido.
happen. Folks, it's going to happen. We're going to see one card that we haven't seen in a long time. Is that it is going to be the 10-cost Kaido drawing 4 cards. 1, 2, oh. Alright, decent draw. 2 2K shoes and 1 1K shoe.
However, this means that Aino has free reign over Julius's life this turn. He would be able to hit really hard considering there is nothing for him to contest on Julius's board here. So let's see how Aino decides to play this out. He wouldn't want to drag the game for too long, considering that Julius was able to draw a bunch of cards and now he's got the 10-cost Kaido on board. He would ideally aim to push Julius to 0, hopefully. He does have 4 attacks here.
Yes. So going for a simple 5k first, testing Julius's hand. I think going 5k here is kind of safe, so that you can just see what Julius actually has in his hand. Maybe giving you a lot of 2k, which is really, really good. Because as you can see, right, Julius doesn't really want to give out his 2k shoe at this stage of the game. Like, it's important to protect yourself, but you also don't have to give those valuable 1k, except, I guess, the Blackbeard is fine at this point.
Yeah. He probably feels that will not need this Blackbeard, so does opt to counter for 1k. I do think that Aino is still aiming to not exactly go very hard on life, still aiming to probably create another 2 more
bots.
2 more units.
Yeah, I think this turn is really, really like tough for Aino to decide, right? How hard you want to hit, how soft you want to hit. Oh, committing a Perona. Oh, 5k leader again. Asking Julius, give me your 2k. Give it. This is one of the most like difficult scenario for Dorothy where like they hit 555 and you're like, I have so much 2k. I don't want to give up my 2k now. So this is going to be a predicament for Julius because the only 1k he can give up is
Jinbei, which ideally he doesn't really want to give up the Jinbei. So
well, to be fair, there's nothing to combo off Jinbei. Oh no, there is. Sorry, there is.
He does have the Weaver.
Yeah, there is the Weaver. My bad. So there is the Weaver. So of course, I believe like what we all agree here. He doesn't want to give up the Jinbei, so just give us the Buggy. This is a very hard decision. I do agree.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, with Aino's board state being what it is and the potential that he could develop another 2 units this turn, definitely doesn't want to go too low from Julius' side here. That's why he's pretty much forced to guard this. However, he's hesitant to give up the 2k counter.
Yeah, because like you don't want him to like give up too many 2k counters at this point of the game. So he does give it up. Aino saw the 2k. Smelling more 2Ks, probably going for 7. Interesting. This means this is interesting because you either take it or you give me 2Ks.
Yeah, we can see here that Julius doesn't really want to give up the Jinbei, but at one point it looks like it might have been just better to just give up the Jinbei. He gets another no counter card in his hand, which
he's smelling blood, going 7 leader and then calling a crocodile, which is, I think, you might consider doing the effect or not. Or not.
No, he's just going to opt to drop another 4-cost unit here, just to go as wide as possible, and then most likely try to aim for game the next turn. So
yes, so in this case, if Julius wants to guard, he is going to be giving up the Jinbei if he really wants to guard this.
Interestingly, he is considering going just for 6k with the Perona instead of putting another body here. He realizes that Julius's hand is pretty low.
Yes.
But instead he decides to not do that and just call another unit, go as wide as possible and just pass.
This is very wide. This is where you mentioned dropping the Kaido might actually have a side effect, which is if you don't have a ball to contest with, your opponent's going to swing 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7, and then voila, your hand is not looking as healthy as before.
Yeah, yeah.
Your life.
You can see from Julius' position here, he doesn't have any gravity blades or any forecast laws to be able to control Aino's board. He would purely be relying on his Kaido and leader to swing into 2 of the units. However, there's another 3 that will remain and potentially threaten for game next turn. We can see that Julius doesn't have a blocker as well.
Yeah.
And
so
interestingly, we can see during this game that neither player actually got a Sengoku throughout the entire game. And I believe that Julius just drew a Sengoku, so maybe he would choose to play down the Sengoku to search for either the Law or the Boa. I don't think either player played the Sengoku this entire game, right?
This is where Sengoku actually comes into like an important factor of like, you want to like launch a Sengoku so that you can basically reuse Sengoku's effect, which is not happening in this game, which is, if I'm going to be honest, happens a lot in other people's game, but for this particular stream game, we get to see what happens if you don't draw the Sengoku. It comes into a battle of wits, battle of just really knowing, do you want to overcommit your guard? Do you want to let go certain units? In this case, we can argue that Julius is committing very hard and guarding early, and I know is just letting it go and just taking the damage. So it really depends on the scenario and also hand, because I know position actually leads him to a pudding a few turns ago, if you notice.
Yes, correct.
Which Julius didn't have. But anyway, back to the game, we do see that the 12k does turn into a 5k, obviously just killing the
Obviously,
Jinbei.
that Jinbei is dead. So I think, yes, Julius will opt for the Sengoku. Does want to try to get the Law or the Boa blocker, but we can see...
this is not good.
But we can see not really the things that
not
he
even
needs
a
at the moment. Not even a counter, just a bunch of weevils.
That is so bad. I think that is probably really bad for this situation.
So there's only one card in particular that he would be able to take.
There's only
this
one
turn.
card, so you can take, and you have to choose it. That shows the Weaver.
So I assume he would try something like, just dropping the Weevil down and then swinging into either the Law or the Moria or the Crocodile. However, this means that if Aino is able to counter out...
Oh, he's gonna...
But instead, he does realize that he pretty much has to get rid of...
Whoa,
top decking the Law here. Power play.
Whoa, that is scary, because now the 9k hits a 5k and it removes a 5k unit. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Julius is... oh no, opts to bounce 2 of his units. Wow.
Oh, that's very interesting. I definitely thought he would aim to get rid of one of Aino's things bouncing back to him. But instead...
Whoa.
So he is reconsidering.
Yes. Take your time, Julius. Take your time. Okay. I think he's going to... Take your time, sir. Take your time. Yes, he's going to bounce... Yes, the Moria. Interesting choosing the Moria and then swinging into probably the... 2-2-1 guarding. I know just guard this and then he goes back to his turn. Smelling blood, maybe?
Yes, potentially could attempt to end right here, right now, realizing that Julius...
was trying to bounce hand because maybe he realized that guy doesn't have a shoe, doesn't he?
Yeah. So might aim to go something like a 7, 7, 7 and 9.
Yeah, but then again, we can see the cast on the live may be a 2k, which can help Julius survive. We have to see what Aino does here. And Aino's only a limited attack, only 4 attacks right here.
4 attacks and 3 of them need to go through to be able to secure the game here. So
if you
we can see what Aino is aiming to do here. We can see him separating twos. Like I said, most likely trying to go for the 7.
Yeah,
7.
if we're going for like the equal spread, meaning everything hits 9 number, it will be a 7, 7, 8, 8. That's like the most common line.
8, 8. Yep.
Some players do like to hit 6 to test whether you have a 2k or not. And just go for the 7 here. I think here it will be an eat from Julius. Nothing has happened, no trigger. Another 7 into life. Julius is 8. Baiting an all in. As I know all in. This is what people try to do, right? They realize that no matter what number you separate, if I have the shield, I can win. So I just bait you to go all in and hope I win exit. And I know it's ticking right now. This is 6 Dawn, so whichever unit he attaches to is going to be 11k swing.
Yep. So
he's going to swing for the 8. And I don't see it. Oh, it is game. It is game. Aino takes the win, highlighting magnificently in the mirror. A bit unfortunate on Julius' side, I will argue. However, it is part of the game. Well played from both players.
Yep. As we can see in the mirror here, Julius managed to get the 2-cost teach down early, but ended up committing way too many resources and then not being able to take life for the majority of the game. And meanwhile, Aino managed to accumulate more and more hand cards and eventually won out in the resource game. We saw the pros and the cons of the teach.
Yeah, exactly.
Being able to spread the board very wide, however, draining a lot of your hand size. So eventually when the game reached a point where Aino was able to swing into Julius's units for just base power, even without any Dawn, and Julius just didn't have the hand cards to guard for those units, and eventually just out-resourced his opponent and took the game.
Yeah, I think that's like telling why I didn't like. There's an example why I didn't like Blackbeard in the deck so much, because the issue I had is that if you're not opening V1 much, you do run out of cards because you do tend to guard for your units, right? I think to play Blackbeard, you need to understand why are you guarding for that unit. For example, Jinbei, take for example. Julius was trying to hard guard the Jinbei for a long time. Even throw away the Jozu. I was thinking the Jozu throw was a sign of what Blackbeard does for the deck. Like, it overcommits you to overguard, it overcommits you to keep protecting your unit. Where to the point where it's like you ask yourself, is it really worth it? And that game, actually it was kind of worth it at one point, right? You saw Julius has 4 board, Aino has nothing. But then Aino just say, it's alright, I'll just slowly farm. His hand is low, right? We just hit 5, 6, 5, 6. Eventually, Julius runs out of hand, runs out of shield, and then we see that Julius is forced to play the 10-cost Kaido. But Julius was able to bounce back at one point with the Jinbei into Boa, another tempo play there. And that is actually not that bad of a tempo swing. However, what it boils down to was the law. The law makes a lot of difference in the middle of the game. What happened was that Aino was able to swing into the rested unit, and then he law and bounce back the standing unit. In this case, would be the Boa.
Boa Hancock,
so that is how the mirror usually tries to go. It goes to the Gravity Blade, into Josu, into law, creating a lot of removing effects. But actually, one key factor that we both noticed the entire game was the lack of Sengoku, which would probably prolong the game for both sides, because you can just Sengoku, take a card, bounce it, Sengoku with Josu and Law, and then prolong the game even further.
Yeah. The lack of Sengoku did
make the game a bit shorter, I would say.
Yeah, it did make the game slightly shorter because both players weren't able to recoup their resources once they put them down on the board. So definitely
I think
very close.
I think that's also one reason why a lot of players, when I personally ask them, they're like, oh, why are you not playing Jofi today? Mirror. Mirror is something that I think...
Yeah, the mirror did put a lot of people off from...
It's something that a lot of people argue that, oh, I have a lot of different responses. Some people tell me, oh, it's a high roll luck base. Some people, no, it's a high skill cap game. That's why I'm not willing to play it. Some people tell me it's very tiring, man. I don't want to sit through
10 rounds of
Swiss playing Dolphin Mirror. So yeah, I believe we do have an interview. So we're going to add the interview right now. As we get Aino here. Okay. Alright. Winning that mirror, do you think it's very hard for you to win the mirror?
Yes.
Very hard. Very hard. At what point do you think that you felt like you're winning?
After he dropped Tenko Kaido,
Tenko
I
Kaido.
think I already win.
Very comfortable, right? I see. Like being able to just hit 5, then force him to always drop a 1k is very, very important, right?
Yes.
Do you feel in the mirror being able to take a lot of cards back to hand, like having a lot of big hand size, is it important in the mirror?
Yeah, important. Because you can trick your opponent.
Trick your opponent, correct. You will trick your opponent. At what point, right, both of you doesn't have Sengoku. None of you has Sengoku, Tada Sengoku at all, right? Yeah. How do you feel like no Sengoku, then the hand size become a bit lower, right? Yeah. Like, do you think Sengoku is important in the deck?
Yes, important. You can search for blocker,
2K.
Yeah.
All stuff, yeah. And so in that game, actually, a lot of Jinbei, if you notice. Both
yes.
playing a lot of Jinbei, right?
Yeah.
Do you think, have you had a game where you feel without Jinbei, you can win as Zoffy, or is it a bit harder?
As long as in mirror.
In mirror, yeah.
As long as you have Law or Jozu, I think you can still win.
Yeah. And then I see it's interesting that you run the card called Gravity Blade.
Yes.
Do you think it's an important card in the deck right now?
Yeah, important because if he drop Jozu and Jozu again, you can clear the board
Clear the
easily.
board, just now, yeah. So what do you think about the 10 cost Kaido? Do you think it's important, like just now?
Tenko Kaido, if you have other board, I think it's important.
It's important. But yeah, like you see just now, like both of you were able to clear the board. You clear his board, you clear his board. And then an interesting part would be in the mirror, right? Your opponent was able to have the Blackbeard on the board. And then he was able to keep calling out unit. And then you see he over guarded. Like he guard a lot. So do you think that scenario usually, is it very common where people keep guarding their units in the mirror?
Yes.
Very important, is it? Very common lah. I see. So are you looking forward to win your next rounds?
Yes.
We're looking forward lah. What matchup you want to meet the most?
Matchup
Anything lah. You want to meet what the most?
Blackbeard
Blackbeard lah. Why?
Because when CS Wave 2, 2 days, no Blackbeard.
I see. That was a matchup you don't want to see. You don't want to see at all today.
Don't want. NL.
Very, very long game, right? Tiring to play NL. Alright. I think good luck to you. Wish you the best for all your matches. I think we're done with today's interview.
Thank you.
And we'll be taking a short break. See you guys later. Right. Okay.
スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニヤリで激突する。星3リムルはユニヤリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる。特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベリースーパーベリー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで強力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
燃え上がれ燃え上がれ燃え上がってガンダム君よ走れまだ怒りに燃える
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて僕たちが作ってたストーリー決して一人にはさせないからいつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまでずっと共に戦うよ早すぎる時のまたたぎさらされて一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ Surrender
And we had to see a bunch of variety.
Yeah, a variety of decks here we can see. Not everyone straight up
Three. Welcome back. We are back here in the Bandai Cup Fest 2024-2025 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, here in the KLCC Convention Center. I'm joined with Josh, my co-caster today. We had a walk, Josh, to see what is winning, what is not. I'll say, very interesting decks.
Yeah, there's plenty of variety. You could see not everyone straight up opting for Doflamingo or Blackbeard or just any of the particularly popular decks. So definitely a lot of variety and hope we do get to see something slightly different on the stream in the following rounds. And we can see
a little bit Shanks and Enel. Wow.
You can see Shanks and Enel here. Yes, something different for us to see today.
Very different. This is I'll say a huge comparison. Different. Oh, look at that smile. Look at him. You want to root for the guy? Yeah. Look at them. So happy about to play this wonderful game. And I think this matchup is very interesting because it's both a very late game deck, meaning they both rely a lot on high-end cost units. If you think of Shanks, you think of the 10 cost Shanks, the powerhouse of a 12k rush, and also the ability to reduce power across the board by 1000. And then if you think about Enel, whoa, Enel has so many. The 9 cost Yamato that heals, the 10 cost Ace that heals and rush if your life is 2, and the Katakuri if they still play it, and also the very card itself, Enel itself, the 7 cost Enel if they still run it. I do think some people run it because it's pretty good into Blackbeard, I believe. So that's maybe the reason people run it. But in essence, both decks are running a very late game engine, Enel being able to be literally a very hard cockroach to kill, being at 1 life, being able to just keep healing back to 1 as long as you don't kill him to 0 for the first time. And then for Shanks, being able to essentially just have a 1k free counter every turn. So it's both a very stalling matchup for both games. And I'm very interested, George, what is your take in this matchup? Because I don't think there's a lot of a lot of games, particularly for this matchup, right? But you piloted these two decks at a long time.
Yeah, I've played both of these decks quite extensively, and for Shanks, prior to Blackbeard being released, because NL as well did drop in popularity since the emergence of Blackbeard. Prior to Blackbeard being released, Shanks used to run more of the 10 cost burn Shanks for this matchup in particular, because all the units on NL's boards are usually 10k power, all 10k power and below, so the 10 cost burn Shanks will be able to clear almost anything. And with the introduction of Blackbeard, I would say Shanks has decided to incorporate more 8-cost Dragon into the deck to be able to rush and push for life together with the 10-cost Shanks, which in a way kind of hindered their NL matchup.
Yes, correct. Because NL doesn't want to get hit all the time as well. Although NL is a deck that wants to go to zero, sorry, not zero, to 1 life, or low life as possible. It does not want to see big bodies.
Yeah. And we can see here, okay, so the Shanks player Junshan and the NL player Stefan opting to go for the no attack playstyle, so to deny Junshan of resources, as well as to enable his Yamato to be able to KO higher cost.
We see here a very aggressive play right here. 7k leader from the Uta.
Deciding to straight away push Stefan to 1 or force him to use 2 hand cards to guard this attack. However, not developing a board against NL is kind of what NL wants. Yes. Because NL is usually afraid of decks that spread the board really wide.
So
in this sense, I think Stefan is in a comfortable position here, considering that Junshan hasn't really put down much of anything.
So we do see here the 5-cost Luffy being played down, but I think this is a target as well.
This is a backman target for Junshan here, and I do believe that he does have the backman.
Backman does kill the Luffy right here. The Luffy being a very strong card as well, being able to just draw 1 if he wants to, and be able to KO a 4-cost. Now we go into the Katakuri. Interesting, sending the backman to life and not hitting leader right here, because might hit, not hit. Stefan's thinking about it.
This is a very strong play here from Stefan, because this ensures that if Junshan were to play down anything which is 7 costs the following turn, that Stefan would just be able to Yamato and KO.
KO and heal if he just take the life, right?
Yep. If Stefan were to guard this attack, and even something like a 8k 8 cost body came down, the Yamato would still be able to KO that as well. However,
this is an aggressive play.
Junshan deciding to swing 9 into leader here, and deciding to drop the 5 cost Marco. This is an interesting tech that we've seen recently in Shanks decks. Most recently added to combat the Teach and also the Doflamingo matchup, because this Marco would be able to KO the 2-cost Teach, as well as
1-cost units, which is quite important.
The small units which prevents Doflamingo from bouncing them back with their 4-cost Law and Jozu, as well as in combination with Building Snake, which is the Gordon for Shanks. This 5-cost Marco would be able to clear the 6k and below units from Doflamingo, and with the introduction of Kamusari in OP10, the Shanks deck does run a good number of events. We do know some builds also run Red Rock as well, so there is actually cards that the Shanks player would be able to discard to keep this Marco alive. And this Marco is also very useful in the Teach matchup as well, unless they decide to use the Black Hole. So definitely a very strong card.
So it does look like Stefan is going to take the 5k from the Shanks and beige the Marco right here.
7, okay.
Hand size is 7 from Stefan, just to confirm. We do see that Jinxian doesn't have
Junshen has the Tenko
gold-
Shanks in his
and the
hand
gold
as
Roger
well
as well.
as a Roger, but however, he
He's
is
gonna
choosing to go for a
building
removal
snake.
turn instead, most likely aiming for the Katakuri here.
This is gonna be a turn to reduce the category.
Just considering his options here.
Because interestingly that Stefan doesn't swing at all, so this means that the only way to remove your units are actually through card effects like this one, really right here. Reducing the power and killing, ensuring that the Katakuri doesn't do any more like damage to him. But that's the thing, right? Like if you're not gonna swing, the only way you can go in is literally to hard removal, and Shanks doesn't really have it since they cut the 10 cost Shanks from OBO4. Is it OBO4 or OBO6? OBO6, sorry.
OBO6, yeah.
That particular Shanks will be able to KO a 10k unit. But Stefan just has a lot of hand.
Yeah, Stefan still has a lot of hand, having taken all those life early on, and he would be able to just put down ace here and pass.
Yeah, it's just gonna be
Yeah,
the
just
typical NL stuff. Yeah, just
typical
pass.
NL style of play. And
then
Stefan's board is much stronger at this
Yes.
moment in time. So in the following turns, when Junshen were to swing with his Marco and Rayleigh, the ace attacks would be redirected to the units instead of life. Ideally, Stefan would only start swinging into the Shanks player's life when he has about like 4 units established, and then aim to just swing to life in 2 turns to end the game directly. He won't swing like once or twice
Yes,
to life
exactly.
every turn.
So
You aim for multiple swings to life 1 turn and then finish off with the second round of multiple
Yes,
swings to go for
correct.
game here. So Stefan is still in a good spot here, just accumulating hand cards, slowly developing his board whilst also controlling the life count.
Making sure that Jinshen doesn't see more cards into his hand basically means that Jinshen is locked away from the cards that typically in the life that you'll see maybe 1 or 2, but now it's just going to be playing down the Shanks and passing, not even going to consider swinging here, because honestly speaking, if you swing here, he's just going to guard. And then the really right here is just going to get attack back from the ace, because if you're going to swing with the Shanks here into the end, is going to use his leader effect.
He just decides to go for the Raigo here to
remove
KO the 10 Shanks. Raigo is such a strong card.
Raigo is so powerful, being able to KO without any sort of restriction. Well, there is a restriction. You have to be... it's not really a restriction. You can do it anytime. However, you need to trash your life until 1. Will you give up 3 cards like that, Josh?
Oh, most definitely.
Not.
Unless you... there is no unless, I think.
I think there's no unless. So there is a restriction, quote unquote. But so we just see here the Shirahoshi. Another Shirahoshi.
Shirahoshi as well is
Shirahoshi.
extremely strong card in this meta with a lot of board control and KO. So
you can KO, sure. Let me just heal.
yeah. So Shirahoshi here also very strong, and now this is where it gets kind of tricky for Junshen here, because with 2 Shirahoshis on the board and
blocking for the Shira. Interesting. So it does seems like Stefan just opt to just block instead of guarding from his hand. Maybe an indication of what Stefan has in hand. Swinging 8k here. Stefan's thinking about Stefan can eat to see more cards.
Yeah, Stefan can eat here to proc the leader ability, and he'll still be at 1, able to cycle his hand. He's considering if he does need to take it out. However, he just opts to block.
Thinking about the really, I think, because swinging the really here means that the ace is going to hit. Oh, it's just going to go for double blocker, this Sanji blocker, and I'm sorry, I'm going to call him Pisa Man. I have no idea what his name is, but this
chopper blocker,
this chopper
and
blocker,
also the Lucky Roo.
Lucky Roo, I see. So there's 2 blocker right here. One basically, I think Lucky Roo is not of a threat right now. There's nothing that you can KO on death, but that chopper blocker is essentially a 6k blocker. And we do see the Yamato here killing the Lucky Roo straight away, preventing it from doing any harm. So it's going to be a 6 to the Marco, I believe.
5.
Asking more hand from Jinshen. I think Jinshen here, the problem is that if you do guard, he does guard, and then because he used the leader effect, I believe.
Yes, I believe he used the leader effect
Yes.
-1. And I assume both these attacks from the ace will go into the Marco. 1 can be blocked, but However, he wants to redirect some attacks to the leader, so opting not to guard for that. I don't think Stefan will opt to swing for life just yet.
I think it's a bit too
So,
early.
yeah, he decides to pass first.
So it's gonna be
So
pass.
this is a very strong position here from Stefan. I believe Junshen doesn't have another 10 shanks in his hand.
Yes.
I did see the Roger earlier, but it's becoming increasingly more difficult to push for life right now.
Yes, this is where it's an interesting dynamic than last game, right? Last game, you say pass phase, wah, wah, 5. Now we just see slow pace, healing, control, big
Yeah, we
big
can see here
characters.
that Stefan triggers the Nami,
Yes.
discards the new event from OP10, the Damned Punk.
The damn what a name right there.
Extremely strong event for NL because able to filter your hand if triggered, draw 2, drop 1, and if it's in your hand, you're able to KO a 5 cost below whilst looking at your life and rearranging it to the top or
correct.
bottom, which is very important.
Yes, very similar to a particular event we had that got banned.
Yes, similar to Reject from before. However, this Damn Punk now is essentially being played for the Doflamingo
Yes.
matchup. On the 4 Dawn turn, you're already able to start
Correct.
KOing their units. And also for the P Luffy
Yes, yeah, P
matchup
Luffy
as well,
matchup.
when they were to, let's say, example, go.
Oh, Roger, that's an indication out from Stefan that he doesn't have anything else. I believe. If I'm Stefan, I'll be thinking there's nothing else there. You won't typically won't see a Roger here, but that just means that the situation here become quite dire. And we do see Stefan throwing 2k for the Roger. So we do go back to Stefan's turn. Stefan, this is a sort of a slight issue for NL. You do want to chain heal and heals and heals. So that's the problem. And if you
I
notice,
think Stefan would actually consider jamming into the Roger this turn with quite a lot of Dawn and try to get out the remaining hand cards from Junshen. That would put him in a very, very strong
Yes.
position. He's considering, maybe he doesn't have a
oh, you just got a
heal
jam.
card.
Yeah, no dawns at all. Just jams. That is 20.
Yep. I think this is actually the correct play here from Stefan. Most Shanks players only run like 1 to 2 of these Roger, and it's quite obvious that Junshen doesn't have the 10 Shanks in his hand since he opted to go for the Roger instead.
Yes.
So
Interestingly
jamming
here-
into the Roger here isn't exactly a bad move, so he's going for it.
He
This
might
is-
guard it because you can
this
lead the
is
effect 19 and then 19 to 13.
19 to 13, so it's a 7k
Yes.
cut. So, yep, decides to throw his entire hand for
Entire
this.
hand, and now Stefan has to think about this. He probably won't swing into the leader because you don't want to see, you want to give the Jinshin hand, and Stefan's hand is 4. I don't know if that's healthy, Josh.
Doesn't exactly seem to be in the best spot. You know that NL's hand usually isn't exactly blessed.
Yes.
A lot of shield most
Yes,
of the time.
I think swinging here 8. I personally would swing 9.
Yes, personally, but of course it is
It is
subject to what
subjective to play, exactly.
Jinhen has.
So,
in his
it is
hand.
going to be the Keiru here, not enough yet. Stefan still needs to throw a 1k shield. That's a lot.
That's a lot, yeah.
That's a lot. That tells a lot. So right here now, Jinshin
Only 1 card remaining in
the hand. Yes. So
hand,
Jinshin now has to make a decision. Do you want to make his life 0 or you just aim for the ace? Because my issue here is that
if Stefan doesn't have another card that he is able to use to heal with the next turns.
that's smart. Yes. Because my issue was that I wanted to say that if you rest the Roger, he's going to do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
It's a jam to the Roger. But we are in a
Yes,
similar situation.
yes.
Stefan can just jam
Three
into
active
the
Dawn. Yes.
really right here. We'll play taking their turn. So 9 to 8. It's gonna be a 2k shield. You just give the 2k up.
So Junshen is down to the last card in his hand here.
10 into 8, just give it up. Oh, it is gonna be the third ace hitting back up. This is what about NL is so like annoying to some people, right? It's just straight up annoying. It's like this man just won't die. You just keep staying at 1 health, being 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But that's why NL is such a strong leader ever since OPO 4.
OPO 5.
5, sorry, OPO 5, so many sets. OPO 5 is such a strong stay where as long as you have a generic good card pool for the yellow deck, NL will always be in contention of being one of the best yellow decks in the format that you can see. So right here, you just see Jin Shen
See
just
what
considering
Jin Shen
options.
is considering here. It's actually in a very difficult position
Yes.
here because now Stefan is back to 2 life.
2 life, yes.
And his board is much stronger, so Jun Shen has to try to clear some of the board.
But-
Doesn't want to commit the Roger as well because afraid of Stefan jamming into the ace
Yes.
again and clearing the Roger.
We do see a
now
situation
Stefan does
where-
get kind of like a free turn. This turn because he's still on 2 life and
Yes.
he can actually just pass with his Yamato and ace standing, maybe just swing with leader now.
Yeah, I
Yep,
think-
now is when he's about to start swinging.
Yeah, just
So-
start swinging leader here. I think you have to eventually start swinging the leader, and this is probably the turn. I do think that if possible, Stefan should develop a unit here just to
Yep.
pull up the pressure. Because your opponent's not going to swing the Roger at this point.
Yep.
Like there's
8
no
Dawn,
point at all.
possible Katakuri here. Yep.
It is
just
not going to
dropping
use the effect
Katakuri,
and
yep.
pass. Yep. You can choose 0 right here. Back to Jin Shen's turn. We do see the dragon finally. Something noteworthy for Jin Shen to play down. So attach it to the leader Shanks. Shanks going to swing 7, maybe? Take your time. He's deciding. It's going to swing 7. Trigger. Nothing. So Stefan takes it back to 2. Now the problem is that if you do attack with the dragon here, you're back to the same predicament, right? You're just going to jam your dragon.
Yep.
So passing here seems
hence
wise.
why Jun Shen is choosing to pass. I did notice that he had the Kamusari in his hand, hence why he left 2 Dawn standing. Interesting to note that Kamusari actually is only usable to guard for your
The
leader.
This is something very interesting,
and
exactly.
not for your characters. Hence why Jun Shen decides not to
Attack with the dragon.
hit with both the dragon and the Roger. He would be able to most likely put Stefan to 0, but choosing not to. Oh, here we see the
Shirahoshi.
5-cost Shirahoshi. This is something that we don't see that often in the current NL decks. A lot of NL decks now opting not to play this card
even
for the Damn Punked instead, because also offers a draw 2, drop 1 from life. However, Shirahoshi is still a very good card. You can see that he also runs the 2-cost Amaru.
Amaru, another old card.
Rester and
a way to just finish games, right? Where you want to look at it like blockers and stuff.
Game ending event.
Yeah, so like just play a lot of traditional cards that traditional NL would see, but seems like he is incorporating some of the newer cards as well. So Stefan will hit 8 here, slowly starting to poke for a game to just, okay, I'm going to poke you slowly and slowly and slowly, and then my board will swing in 1 turn. So
Most
Jin Shen
likely
now-
going for the 8, 9, 10, and then 2 costs for the Shirahoshi blocker here, putting himself in a safer position because if not, Jun Shen would be able to threaten for game next turn with his existing board, considering that
Oh,
Stefan
he is got a Kamusari here.
didn't
and then
kill
later
this
effect.
turn. Yep.
He's going to choose to be safe here.
I do think that Stefan would still
he's
go
just swing now.
Will go for life this turn.
Stefan is going in apparently. So it is going to be a 9 and then another 9.
Oh, so he does not have the Shirahoshi blocker here. So
11
this is a precarious position for Stefan here because now Jun Shen would just be able to try to utilize his Dawn to try to go for game. And he could just swing with the Dragon and the Roger without committing any Dawn and see if there is any trigger that comes out, and then he could just go.
Oh, he's just going to go 9 here first. I think this is a play where it just shows that a discipline from Jin Shen. He doesn't want to rest his characters so that try to get swing. However, like you said, I do think that committing Dawn to a leader to swing is limiting your play, right?
Yeah, there should only be 2 lines of play here, right? Either he just goes for game or he is able to clear the board and then put down, a blocker or something like that. Or if he could just attack without committing Dawn with the Dragon and the Roger and then see what trigger Stefan is able to put down and then pivot into putting down some blockers. Because if he goes all into leader this turn, then he will most likely lose the next turn.
Yes.
So he is considering
Stefan is
his
also-
option. So that's why I guess he decides to go for the leader swing first to see if Stefan is able to counter out. And then if he does, then he will
Yep, Stefan just
pivot
got
into
2K.
hitting the board here. So now Stefan is down to 1 card. So Junshen knows that if he were to just like put 2 down to his dragon, swing into the Yamato, he would get the Yamato.
Yep.
And the Roger would be able to
To
clear
get
the ace.
ace,
And
ironically.
he would,
The father killing the son.
and then he would be able to, you know, maybe put down a blocker or save some dawn for the Kamusari. So I think that's what he's going
That's
for.
going to be 10 to
He's going
9.
for 10 to 9.
Very safe.
10 to
for
9
off.
is...
Unless Stefan has it?
10 to 9 isn't exactly the safest. If Stefan has
Oh,
a 2K
he has
and
it.
He does have the 2K.
Does have it.
I would personally, I think I would have gone 11 there.
Yeah, unless he has a reason for it. And it seems like he does
Ooh,
has the
he does have the
Kamusari.
Kamusari here. Okay, so Stefan, Junshen knows much better than I do
Yes.
what his game plan is. So he.
So it does make
had the
Stefan
intention.
0 hand. And also just have a Yamato on the board, which is a very heads-up play, I would say. So now Stefan down to 1 hand, 1 life, and just a Yamato on the board. I'm spending a jam here, Josh, I think. It's probably just a jam into
Yeah,
the...
he's probably expecting the gem here, but Junshen does have 5 hand cards here, so
very healthy position here.
He'll definitely be able to, unless it's a full gem on the Yamato to the Roger. I'm pretty sure if it's a smaller Dawn distribution count, that he would be. There will be a good chance that we'll be able to gut for one of these things.
Yeah, so Stefan is gonna be. No, it looks like he is gonna putting a lot of Dawn under one of the leader or characters to hit for higher number towards the Roger or the Dragon. It's actually just jamming in, so just considering it. This is a huge difference in dynamic in terms of the last game and so it is gonna be into the Dragon, just making it very safe, making sure that it's gonna be a 19 to 9, not a 19 to 13. Because 5 hand 19 to 13 is still guardable, I would say.
Yep.
So going back
So we're pretty much back where we started, but
yes.
Junshen has just drawn the 10 shanks here,
Yes.
so
I do
could
think
just aim to go for the 10 shanks play.
Maybe. Oh, straight up just attack.
But straight up just going for the board instead.
He's going to go into Yamato, asking Stefan for his last card in hand. Oh, Stefan oblige. Oh, Stefan does oblige. Swinging into the Yamato. Interesting. Playing the ace. Wow. And then playing the building snake and passing the turn. That building snake is going to be an attacker, I think.
There is a very good chance that with Stefan's hand only being at 1, that this building snake will become an attacker.
Oh, Raigo!
Top decks the Raigo and gets the Roger. That could be big.
Yes, that could be big. Because now the board state is back to essentially like a turn 2, turn 3 board out of nowhere. That's where the dynamic of the matchup is really interesting. It just goes back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
And Stefan is going to go 8k leader. And he is going to use leader effect. Needing 1 more K. There you go, giving up the... Oh, giving up everything. Wait, is it 9k? Yeah, sorry, my bad. 9k. 9k to 5k, so leader effect and then a 2 and 1 1. So, yeah, that's all good. So... My god, it's going to trigger a Shiroshi draw 3. Discarding 2.
Yeah, however, he will need to discard all of these cards in order to be able to use the leader skill. So
it's
1
gonna
AG could stop this here.
Or 1 KO could stop it because it's a building snake. Building snake could. Yep, and it's game. Building snake takes the win.
Building snake takes the win. Like you said, that building snake would become an attacker here. And Junshen does win a very, very close game here between Shanks and NL. Like we said, both of these decks aim to put down higher cost units, so the game usually does go like super into the late game here, and then comes down to can Stefan get more of the healing cards and able to out resource Junshen by denying his life early on and only purely swinging into his board. So
yeah, it is an interesting dynamic, right? We saw like the earlier game 1 dynamic between both are playing like a middle range kind of like cost and then removing, creating board, removing, And then in the second dynamic, all hell breaks loose. I swing you, you swing me, guard, 5k, 5k, bunch of white unit. And this dynamic is like a slow, peaceful game until where both players reach essentially 10 dawn and they start dishing out all their big characters. Like we saw the Roger, we saw the Shanks, we saw 3 aces right there, and then the Yamato. It shows like how creative and how wide this game's dynamic is in terms of matchup, despite it being a very similar pattern in gameplay for most decks, but it creates a lot of different dynamic. And we see NL player not hitting at all because he understands that I need to starve him in essentially, not giving him hand size so that he doesn't build up his hands and see more cards. And then for a Shanks player, just being patient, right? Being patient. You saw DJ is very patient. There's 5 leader, and making sure the characters are not rested so that he doesn't do essentially a jam to the doesn't do a jam to his characters, such as what we saw the Shanks. The Shanks just died right there. So I think we will have a player interview soon. I believe with Jin Chen.
Yeah, we will get Jun Chen with us shortly and get him to say a few words about the matchup. So stay tuned for that. And if anyone is free and would like to come and check out the event in person, we will be here today and tomorrow.
Tomorrow as well, exactly. We'll be here for both days, here bringing you a bunch of Bandai games from One Piece, obviously from what you see. There's also Union Arena, which has a lot of popular anime titles. If you're an anime fan, check that out. There is also Digimon card game, which has been here. If you like Digimon, a lot of cool cards, a lot of cool events. There's also the Gundam beta tryout event that people are able to just see the game being played. Free beta. The game's not out yet, and we get to see some of the cards, some of it. And I believe we do have a player interview right now. We're gonna jump back to the interview, and I leave it to you, Josh.
Yep. So we'll get the opportunity to ask Jun Chen a few questions here. So stay tuned for that. He's just getting all mic'd up and ready, and we'll be with you shortly. Hi bro, congratulations. Okay. Yeah, can. Hi, hello everyone. I'm here with Jun Chen, who just played Shanks against NL and successfully managed to win the game. Can you tell me, Jun Chen, why did you decide to play Shanks today?
Actually,
you can talk to
Actually, Sheng is one of my best friends. He suggests, yes, that's my best friend. My best friend suggests me to play Shanks. Actually, I'm a Perona player.
I see.
Yeah, then my friends share the deck list, share the play, and we have played together for a long time. So I have familiar to this deck.
I see. All right. So Shanks and NL is not exactly a new deck. They have been out for 2 sets. Shanks has been out for 2 sets. NL has been out for a very long time. So I'm sure you have played this matchup before. Okay. What do you think about this matchup in particular? Because last time, before Blackbeard was released, last time Shanks used to play the 10-cost Burn Shanks, which really helped in this matchup. But now, because of Blackbeard, most of the Shanks decks play more Dragon and Roger. So this actually makes the NL matchup a bit more difficult, if you agree with me. So maybe you can explain a bit about your experience with this matchup and also the cards that you choose to play in your deck for this meta for Shanks.
Yes, I choose to play the Roger and the Dragon because they have the rush effect, so they can control the board because they have a very big power base, so that when I'm attacked to the opponents, basically they will just take that damage. So can make the games more faster, or I can choose to attack to the board, depends on their hand size.
I see. All right. So, okay, you decided to play Shanks today. Which matchup do you feel is the hardest for you? Because Shanks, for me, I personally also play Shanks. I feel is a very balanced deck. You have a lot of 50-50 matchup, and for those matchups that are not so popular, usually is Shanks favored. Like for those non-meta decks, Shanks usually can easily beat them. And then for most of the meta decks is quite 50-50. However, do you feel there is any matchup in particular that is difficult for you or you want to avoid today? I mean, of course, something like Nami is quite difficult, but I don't expect to see that many Namis today. But do you feel like the Doflamingo matchup or the Blackbeard matchup, which do you think is the most difficult for you?
Both are very difficult to the Shanks because one is the Blackbeard. They have a very good blocker and control the board to my Shanks, which is I have lost one attacker. So for Dofi is very quick and like fulfill the board so that they have many attacker. Actually, Shanks more prefer to have one bigger attack instead of many of attack.
I see. All right, so I think that's all about what I wanted to ask from Junshen today. Wishing him the best of luck for the following rounds. And since I'm a fellow Shanks player as well, I hope that he can go very far and represent Shanks. And that's all. So we will see you soon for round 4.
バトルスピリッツ放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前天の破神10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ少年撃破団放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる。特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前天の破神10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ユニオンアリーナ先輩、私たちがユニアリのカードになるみたいです。コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
燃え上がれ燃え上がれ燃え上がってガンダム君よ走れまだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて僕たちが作っていくストーリー決して一人にはさせないからいつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまでずっと共に戦うよ。
早すぎる時のまたたぎさらされて一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ
ソーリンジャーこの震えたことに切れば音鳴らせるまだ小さかったこの手が描くすべてに喉から出す未来がいて
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ゴルフ玩具メンバーはもちろん他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちをスキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった剣第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった剣ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ少年撃破団放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。 11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空、仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯、迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータ、サイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー、吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビー、スーパーベビー2、配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ユニオンアリーナ先輩、私たちがユニアリのカードになるみたいです。コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ、直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
燃え上がれ燃え上がれ燃え上がってガンダム、君よ走れ、まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってくストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
早すぎる時のまたたぎさまされて、一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。
ソーレンジャー、この震えたことに切れば元ならせる。まだ小さかったこの手が描くすべてに元から。
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest 24-25 World Tour here in KLCC. And right now we're about to commence round 4
Yes,
of
round
the One Piece
4.
main event here. We've already seen many exciting matchups here, and definitely looking forward to seeing what other new decks we may encounter. This is just the 4th round. There's another 6 rounds to go, so a very grueling and long journey for our players here to reach the top 32. And we can see here, first player here, someone that
We all
Norman
know.
and I know quite well,
Yes.
CY playing Lucci, and we're not sure of this young gentleman, but he seems fairly confident as well. Oh, he's piloting
That's
everybody's favorite deck, Nami.
Is that Nami?
That is Nami, and the look on CY's face says it all.
I think if you're a Lucci player and you see Nami, it's either two things. How do I play this matchup, or I play this matchup and I don't like how it feels. So I do think that this is probably the most interesting one for today among all the forums we have. We have Lucci against the Nami deck. A very interesting mechanic for those that at home don't know, that Nami has a very interesting win con. Instead of playing like your typical One Piece where you hit your opponent to essentially 0 and win the game, Nami deploys a different strategy. Nami basically plays in a way where if you were to deck out, meaning 0 cards in your deck, you win the game. So it's a very, very unique win con. It deploys a lot of heavy defensive game plan instead of developing board, which we will see having a very interesting dynamic right here. And we are going to see our friend here. I didn't even know his name is Chun Yong, if I'm being honest with you. I've been calling him CY the entire time. But yes, we do see Chun Yong here going to be going first as the Lucci, playing the Ryankaku, because in this matchup, Ryankaku is essentially useless, I would say.
Yes, most definitely. Interesting take on the choice for Nami in this meta
right now.
in particular, because of the prevalence of Doflamingo and also Purple Luffy. The aggro that they are able to put out is just usually way too much for Nami to handle. So the fact that Koi Zehan
that's too more
was able to navigate himself through the first 3 rounds is mighty impressive. As you can see here.
Oh, that's an all-star too. That's the one trigger that doesn't have any other effects in hand.
Yes, so
this is looking really good for the Nami player, triggering a draw
yeah,
two.
and as we can see here that CY having already milled 2
Two
Morias.
Moria right there, that's not good.
That's not really good for his side here. What will Koizean, you ideally now you would want to play the fried rice.
Yes, the fried rice. In Canada it's quite chao fan, but yes, the fried rice.
minus one
It's actually called fried rice, I believe it's something else, right?
0 bucks.
Pilaf, there we go.
Sanji's Pilaf, yeah.
Sanji's Pilaf, there we
And
go.
then Koizean here just inquiring about the
name of the card.
Brook's effect.
So we do see the Amazon blocker. This is a very interesting card where people do implement it because this is a blocker. It draws a card, and if you have enough Dawn, you can cast another event during your opponent to bounce it back to hand. Essentially, you can block and then bounce it back. So kind of like a redirect, right? While saving the blocker. So we do see here. This is not going to be hard, I think, to kill because essentially all you need to do is just make it to basically one cost, because all you need to do is just attack with the Brook, and then Brook will finish it off. So it'll be 5k leader, reducing the cost, and then milling 2 card right here. All that. More than so painful to watch.
5, and then straight away Koizean doesn't want to take any risk. He knows that CY will be able to kill that blocker quite easily, so straight away opting to use the blocker.
Yes.
CY does have to start expanding on his board, else there is no way that he will be able to push for life against the Nami once the Nami gets more counters in his hand and has more Dawn to work with those counters. It will be very, very difficult to push.
So he's going to opt for a 5k here, asking Koizean to drop more counters right here, because right now it is safe to just play, I guess, Desert Sparta, looking at the top 3 and rearranging it however he likes. The important part about Nami deck is probably piloting your turns like a Dorothy player, looking at the top deck, rearranging top and bottom, but different in a way where you don't actually attack your opponent, you just play it so that every turn you have enough resources to guard opponent's attack while setting up your value, which is drawing cards from the pilaf, drawing cards from your counters, etc. So CY here just play like sort of like a Dorothy, you would say, developing a bunch of units. Here we see he goes into the playing the Rebecca into the Brook. It's actually having 3 attackers in my opinion, so like Brook, and then also the Lucci. So a really comfortable position for CY, although that Moria in trash is looking so sad, right? Yeah, sitting right there in trash.
I mean, ideally, CY would like to at least get 1 Moria so that he could get the Lucci on board as well. So, you know, more widespread of attackers, and then once he's established a stronger board, he would be able to seriously aim for the life. And because we all know you can't stall for too long against Nami as they get closer and closer to their win con of just decking out. So Koizehan here just contemplating on what he should do. Usually they will, the Nami players would check what counters they would like to play during the defensive turn and then leave that specific amount of dawn up. So he's going for the up piece, I believe. Discarding 2.
Sure, discarding 2, looking at top 5 to add 2 cards back to the hand. Wait, okay, just see the Nami. Interesting, just adding the Nami. And also one thing interesting about Nami is that it's important to actually remember what you put at the bottom of the deck, unlike other decks. Because you will reach that bottom stack, that is your win con. So you kind of want to know that what you're putting at the bottom. So like for example, let's say you saw Pilaf and you want to put it to the bottom. It's important to know when to put that Pilaf at what timing and know when you hit it so that you can start accelerating your win con. Because one important card here, we got Pilaf, draw 2. One important card in this entire strategy for Nami is not just a Pilaf, there's also this card called what's that card? There is also that Kaya, there we go. That's why that Kaya is very, very important to draw 2 and discard 2, which is essentially the key of the Nami deck, which is just to draw a bunch of cards, be able to defend during your opponent's turn. And we are back to CY's turn with 7 Dawn here. Consider just has 2 Dawn up, so he does have the option to play 2 different type of events for 1 cost each. If he wants to. It is going to develop the Jack, killing the uppies here. And discarding the sheep, which just has no prevalence in this matchup.
Interestingly, deciding not to swing with his leader here to prevent Koizehan here from using a counter and further thinning his deck. So CY going to opt to build his board entirely before deciding to use
we see another Pilaf right here, draw 2.
Yep, you can see another Sanji's Pilaf here, drawing him a further...
A wise man once told me the more Pilaf they draw, the better their chances of winning are.
And the wise man was right.
It is this pass. This is going to be a very typical turn you see from the Nami player, basically just playing a Pilaf and draw, or maybe just pass at all. So it is going to be the assault of Brook right now. It is going to swing for 6, asking for a 2k counter. And he does provide it with the Blue East event, the Usopp event, and then going for another 6, maybe just asking more 2Ks from
It's going to go, most likely going to go
more Mew
6,
right there.
6, and then 6, and then 8 with the Jack, and then manually drop down the Lucci. So by then, his board is decent enough. So next turn, he could seriously aim to hit for bigger numbers towards Koizehan's life. But Zehan here is still in a very, very strong position here, still being on 4 life, his hand still fairly healthy as well.
I think what's interesting is that he still have a lot of cards to basically manipulate the top deck so that he can ensure his game plan is smooth as it goes. Looking at the top 3, there's a Lapis.
Another
Another
rice.
pilaf. Wow,
we have
this
another
man
pilaf.
is just born to cook fried rice for a living. It's just another pilaf right here on the top. He is gonna consider how he wants to utilize his pilaf. Does he want to draw it next turn, or does he have another way to get it? So he's just gonna leave it on top, the very top. I think everyone would. See, we'll be happy to see a pilaf right there. I think he's gonna eat the jack if the jack does swings in. Jack does goes in. Oh, he's gonna just
go for the Marrow Beam.
Marrow Beam. Doesn't draw a card, but a really good defensive
Yeah,
shoot right there.
because his hand size still is pretty big.
Really
so
big. So we're just gonna draw a card, draw into the one card we saw.
Yep. And now that Nami is at 10 Dawn, he's able to leave many Dawn up to play his counters, and most likely he's just going to play the Sanji's Pilaf and pass here.
This is a point where Lucci will start to be a bit concerned, I would say.
Big concern. It's about just halfway, or slightly more than halfway. I'm not sure of the exact count. Should be
probably about the
around-
halfway mark
yeah,
there.
20-ish.
I think Nami needs about 2 more additional turns to win, realistically. He is going to play the Pilaf that he just saw. He just set it up. That's going to be drawing 2 cards. More Lapis here. Not something that I think you want to see, but it is like a decent counter, right?
Yeah, at least there is a counter on the card.
Just swing into the Broke. Going for the Rebecca block here, because the Rebecca is essentially not that good in this particular matchup.
I think Zehan would just pass here.
Yeah, just pass here with 7 on up. Telling your opponent, hey, try to go through this wall of defense. 4 life. And CY's board isn't exactly scary, right? The Broke still needs like 1 Dawn to
needs
swing
1 Dawn
in.
to be able to swing.
This is a Jack. That's why the Moria is quite important. Moria is able to usually spawn up 2 attackers. Moria himself and the 4-cost Lucci.
There is a card that some Lucci players used to run that is pretty good in this matchup, which was the 6-cost Brook.
Yeah.
6-cost Brook was able to return 3 cards from the opponent's drop zone to their bottom of their deck. I mean, they didn't run the card specifically for this matchup, but
it is a good alternative.
Yeah, maybe for like the BY Luffy matchup, you know, with the leader ability, able to -1 cost and then drop in the 6-cost Brook, they were able to trash the Sabo. And then it did have a use in this matchup as well.
Yep.
But I don't think CY runs that particular card in his deck. Definitely would have been useful.
We see here CY going for 7 this time instead of 6.
Yep. So now that CY's board is pretty much in a stable state, he would most likely be distributing Dawn to all his characters to just swing and try to push for life. There's not much more further development that he would require. I mean, ideally, if he were to have a Moria, he would have wanted to put that down to, you know, be able to get down another Lucci or another 5k attacker, so that they would be able to hit for better numbers without more Dawn consumption. But
that's not the
it
word
is what it is.
It is not the word. Live in exactly.
It is what it is. So CY is working with what he has. Still has still has all his Dawn remaining.
Yes, interestingly, because Young just guarding with a hard counter there. Maybe signaling that to see whether maybe I don't have even a counter, beating him to go maybe slightly harder, or just making him to swing with the other Broke for 7. Because the thing is about in this game, hitting with high number with Dawn means you're limiting your play, meaning you won't be able to see. You won't be able to use up your Dawn to play up other characters. So in this case, right, because he used 3 Dawns on the Brook, this means CY's only options this turn are probably a 7-cost unit, or he's just going to attach more Dawns and limit his play even further. So in this case, CY is really like struggling to decide what to do here, because I do think it's a bit hard. So he's going to swing 6, testing Young's hand again.
6 is a number that Nami really likes.
Yes.
They have plenty of
2k counter, yeah, exactly.
2k and events.
So we will see what does Young does here. He does have events. He does have the Stink Eye, but the Stink Eye isn't going to bounce anything here. Let's go for the Desert Spada again.
He does know that he's more than likely to eat the attack from the Jack, so hence if he's able to counter out now, he just wants to counter if he can. And as we can see here, as he checks the top 3 from the Desert Spada, there is another Sanji's Pilaf at the top of his deck. So
I think this man is just destined.
And he's most likely going to go to draw the Sanji's Pilaf and use it again the next turn. He's arranging.
Maybe that's why he's playing the deck, Josh.
Maybe he's just born to play Nami, right?
Yeah, maybe he's just born to play Nami and cook fried rice. This is a really, really, really strong advantage right now, being able to play out. That's the 4th Pilaf, Josh.
Indeed.
4 Pilaf with still 4 life to spare. And it's just going to whack 9k to the leader. It's going to be a trigger, drawing 1 card and ditching 1.
Oh, that is extremely strong here, triggering the rubber band. So it goes for the Kaku here. So we know from the following turns onwards, CY will only be distributing Dawn and hitting life. There's no more units that will come down after this. So it's just a matter of if Kozeyan is able to guard and what he's able to trigger from here on out. Kozeyan is most likely just going to play the Sanji's Pilaf and just pass with 7 standing Dawn, and then the rest comes down to luck.
Yeah, the rest comes down to luck because at the end of the day, Kozeyan's life is going to be like really, really rely on hitting triggers to draw more cards, because yes, he did hit 4 Pilaf, but don't forget that he still needs to go through at least, I believe, about less than 20 cards, 15 each like that. So he still needs to go through that. And it is going to beat up. You can see CY's face there, nodding like, that's not good. And then Kozeyan just seeing what he has for his counter.
So Kozeyan gets the Nami as well.
Yes, Kozeyan is really, really healthy at 3 life, in fact. Like, this is probably the healthiest Nami I've seen in a long time.
That's true. He's just counting on how many Dawn he needs to keep up to play his counters and how much more he can afford to put down. Maybe opting to try to swing into one of the Brook, try to eliminate one of the attackers. So he's considering, yep, he's going to go for 6k to the Brook.
Yep, it's going to be Brook.
CY is considering here. I don't think he has a 2k counter in his hand. I did see a Rebecca and a Tempest Cake.
Yep, this is not looking good because losing that one attack actually is kind of crucial, I would say.
Yeah,
You want to have as many attackers as you want. This is a 3k counter, and if it doesn't have a 3k counter, this probably is 3 handgun, and CY is just forced to let it go, unfortunately. Going back to his turn, he's going to draw 1 card.
Yeah, but at this point, I think it's pretty difficult for CY to continue to establish board as the Nami's deck count is becoming lesser and lesser.
It's getting lesser and lesser.
He pretty much just have to start seriously pushing for life, or maybe in the next 2 turns this game could just be over.
So he's going to assume with a 7 from the Lucci. Asking for a 3k counter. This is usually the point where the Nami player will actually guard here.
Yeah, most definitely.
They usually try to guard as many as they could so that they could not... they do not need to guard the bigger one, in this case Jack. Jack will probably be the bigger one.
Jack is probably the attack that will always go through every turn. So guarding the Lucci's, the Brook, the Kaku and the leader would be the priority here. So
it is going to be the other event from East Blue, discarding 1 card from hand, milling 2 cards and getting it plus 4k counter. This is going to be 7 again. 7 again, and because they just have, I believe, even a Snake Eye right there to pay 2 Dawn and then give the leader plus 1k. There we go, 1k power for the turn, draw 1 card. That is the
very strong here, drawing into the Snake Eyes as well from the.
This is going to be a 6k base for this turn. For those that viewers that they don't know, that spell right there allows the Nami player Kozeyan to basically draw 1 card, and then for the whole turn, for this turn, his leader is a plus 1000 power. So his Nami is actually 6k base. Still requiring a 2k counter for the attack from the Kaku. Just thinking about it. It's a bit painful if you drop like your 2 1k counters right there, your Nami and your Amazon Lily.
Yeah, so I guess that's why he's pretty much taking his time to decide on this. However, having already used the event, he definitely has to expend the remaining counters for the attack, right?
Yeah.
So just deciding what to drop.
Yeah, it's like a waste of opportunity, right? Might as well just guy right here.
Yeah, with so many dons still
He
remaining.
doesn't take it. Wow.
Very interesting that he
And
decides
there's
to
no
just take it.
trigger right there. I believe there's a Kaya right there. And Jack just goes in 8,000 leader. That's going to be a 2 and 1 again. He is going to this time go for the same event, meaning 2 cards. That's going to be enough. 8 into 10, in fact. CY going here for another 8,000. 8k to
Going
the
for
leader.
multiple 8Ks here.
Very head start from CY.
Interesting to know what is Koizeyan's deck count right now. I do know that he drew the Kaya just recently. So
yes, the Kaya is an essential part of the deck. So we are going to do a deck count right now.
13 cards left.
13 cards. Very ironic considering the 13 curses. But anyway, this is 13 cards left. Stand and draw is going to be 12. So from the Kaya effect, it's going to be 2. So Koizeyang, besides after the Kaya effect, we initially just need to draw 10 more cards. He is just checking what's left.
This is usually how this kind of game goes, right? It usually goes really close, and then it all depends on if Koizeyan is able to get some good last 2 triggers and able to draw like the Kayas and stuff like that to just get the remaining cards out of his deck. So both players are just checking like what's out, what isn't out yet. So they have a good idea of what is remaining in the Nami player's deck. So yeah, Koizeyan is probably thinking that there's definitely no... His next turn is most likely going to be the last.
So he is going to consider taking it here, because if you just take it here and you're going to trigger something amazing here, then that's going to be a lot. So here's a trigger, maybe? No? No trigger here. Oh, that's
quite
painful.
unfortunate here that it isn't a trigger here. That really
It is going to be another 9,000. He's going to take it. Is that a trigger? He's thinking about it. Might not be a draw trigger, because if it's a draw trigger, he will have done. Oh no, just gonna take it, and he's just gonna go to his turn. Now, there is 12 cards left in the deck, so he will need to draw.
Let's see if he's able to.
Enough. So there is the Kaya, draw 2. And that
Double
is
Mero Beam
Mero Beam, not something you want to see. Do you have another Kaya? He does have the card that retreats an event, a 1-cost event specifically. Getting
the Usopp rubber band.
Yeah, the rubber band. That basically is 2 cards milled down, so that is down to, I believe, 8 if he uses the event. So there is still need to find a way to mill 8 more cards out of his deck. Can Koizeyang do it? So he's just gonna do a quick checking again. There is gonna be 10 cards right now.
10 cards left.
10 cards right now, and then with the information we have from the rubber band effect, there is going to be, well, this is a pass. Because I will need to mill basically 10 cards this turn. Do you think you can do it, Josh?
It seems highly unlikely, but let's see if he's able to.
Yeah, maybe he will show us a miracle. We are reaching the final stages of the game right now. This is a point of the game where it's stressful for both players, because they're young stressed because I need to still mill 10. Chuma is stressed because does he have litter? Is it over? Like, this is a point where he's hitting numbers where he is going to go 7k for the test. He is going to go 7k and then kill the Kaya just in case. So he is going to go Snake Eyes, draw 1 card. That's the Kaya that I was looking for. Very, very important. That's going to be 6,000. And then he will still need to guard a 2k counter right here. And I am seeing the Kaya as the only 2k counter.
And these are the final stages of this game here. It's very, very intense.
Yes. It is going to give the 2k counter Snake Eyes there. Chumai deciding how he wants to plan his attacks. He is going to go 8,000 to 6 this time, asking for more cards from Ko Zhenyang.
Ko Zhenyang does have the Mero Beam in his hand.
Yes, does have the Mero Beam. He's going to use it, draw one card. Inside 3, just double checking. Just draw one card. That is another card. It's so painful. Every time he draws, it's a Kaya and it's another Kaya. There's another world where he just drews the Kaya to draw a Kaya into a Kaya into the Kaya, but that's not the world we live in, folks. We live in a world where I think this is gonna be it. Ko Zhenyang is running out of options. There is still 2 attacks from the Lucci player, and he is gonna use the Amazon defense is just going to bounce back the, I believe it is Brule, to hand, and then it is going to be enough. That's going to be 10,000.
6k base.
6k base, correct. So it is still going to be Chun Wai deciding how he wants to go through with this.
Maybe he's just going to go for 8 and an 8,
I think
right?
it probably just go for 8.
There's only 2 attacks left, right? So
yes, there's only 2 attacks, and it is quite intimidating if you play in Chun Wai position. He is going to go for another 8, asking for a 3k counter. Just have the event. Just go for rubber band and discarding 2 and muting 2. And then it's gonna be 8k. And then he's just gonna go for 2 and 1 and then passing turn. This is considered last turn. Desert Spada, that's not enough, and the game goes to Chun.
And the game goes to CY here with
Chun,
the
Lucci player
beating the Nami as she had just 5 cards left in the deck. Quite unfortunate for him actually not being able to draw the remaining Kayas. They were all in the bottom parts of the deck. If he had gotten at least another like 2 of the Kayas, most likely could have ended the game right there.
I think the game was probably in the Nami's favor if those Kaya hits at the right timing. It was just a bit unfortunate, I would say. It was in fact painful to watch from our point of view because the guy was like draws into his Kaya. Like there was a world where it was the other way around, where the Kaya comes in a different sequence, but we don't live in that universe. It's a very interesting game. That
He did manage to get the Pilafs early on, but not drawing into the Kayas did hurt.
Just shows you how much things need to go right for this deck, right? For it to work, you need to have everything going right. You need to have the Pilaf, the triggers, the Kaya, defending as well. You need to have everything going right in your way. I think for CY, he is probably relieved.
He's probably really relieved to be able to take this matchup. I mean, it is one of the tougher matchups for
Lucci, right?
Lucci, and I think Ko Zhenyang will feel slightly disappointed because he managed to dodge the difficult matchup like Dofi and P. Luffy, and definitely Lucci was one of those that he was hoping to take the scalp. But unfortunately for him, the mills as well as the cut that he drew
but it
wasn't in his favor.
It wasn't in his favor, but then that 4 pillar right there, was something that you probably won't see a lot coming from anyone, and a bit unfortunate, I would say. But again, it is card game, it's part of the game. Drawing in the correct order is part of the game. You can't control it.
I mean, I guess you could say we can't just credit everything to Ko Zhenyang's deck. I mean, the card's not coming out like it was supposed to. We also have to commend the way CY played the game. You know, he knew exactly what his win con was and what he needed to do, and it wasn't a perfect scenario from
remember
CY side as well.
He milled 2
Morias right at the start. Played the whole game without Morias. Used both the Brooks, the Luccis, the Kaku, and the Jack to
Yes.
slowly chip out.
He was
counters
playing with
from-
basically 4K
Yeah.
units to smack
Yeah,
to go
yeah.
in, and I think that's a very heads-up play where he was able to just
Yeah.
navigate it,
Yeah,
calling
yeah.
out slowly, just calming, playing a very calm game plan to just go for the face and eventually win it out.
Yep. So for anyone looking to know how to beat Nami as Lucci, despite not getting Morias, you've just seen a
Yes,
prime
yes.
example of how it can be done here. And now we'll go to interview with our winner, CY. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
Right, we are back here with the winner of last round, CY. How are you feeling after winning that matchup?
Actually, it's not the easiest matchup. I believe it's not the easiest matchup for me, and it was so bad because I milled my Moria early on, and I didn't have big body. So yeah, I think I'm quite lucky to win this matchup.
Yeah,
actually.
but you still managed to navigate it tremendously using your Brooks, using your Kakus and Luchis all to swing in. I think that's a very, very heads-up play. But how do you feel when you saw the fourth pillar from your opponent?
I mean, if you look at the playback, I believe I did shook my head a little bit. I was like, damn. Oh my
Yeah, it's a bit hard. But what's your thoughts on the matchup if, like your situation, you didn't draw Moria? What's the best thing you can have done?
I think probably when opponent leave the Dawn up, just don't whack, then try to play Moria, spread the board, then whack magic numbers. But yeah, unfortunately, that wasn't the choices available just now. So yeah, just whack 6 and whack
Just whack
8.
6 and pray.
Yep,
exactly. You think you'll see any more Namis after today?
Hopefully not, but I'm pretty sure there will be some. I mean, it's a pretty good deck in overall. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Besides Nami, right? What deck do you wish to see more frequent? What deck do you want to see in the next rounds? Like moving forward, what matchup do you want to see more?
Actually, I'm not really picky as long as it's not BB, it's not BY, it's not Nami. I think I'm probably fine. I'm not sure. Yep.
Yeah. Is there a reason you picked Lucci over a lot of other decks that are available in the meta right now?
I think it's just as simple as this being a so-called the best control deck available now. So I mean, other than the above mentioned matchup, I think the other matchup are pretty manageable. So yep, this is the reason why I bring this to the Bandai Card Fest today.
Alright. For those that wanted to start playing this game competitively, because this game has been around for at least 2 years, and the competitive scene has started to pick up, and you are one of the faces for competitive scene. We've seen you all playing a bunch of tournaments for flagships. What's your tip for players that want to get into the game?
Probably just grab those people who wins a lot, just train with them. I mean, in general, Malaysian players are quite nice, and they are quite willing to teach.
Yeah, and you hear from CY, just straight ask the community when get it started. Don't be shy, ask around, and that's all from us for the interview, and we see you the next round. Thank you. Done already. We make it as short as possible.
おでん撃破団放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる。特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中 トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ユニオンアリーナ先輩、私たちがユニアリのカードになるみたいです。コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせこして協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードも。なんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕
の最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ゴルフガングメンバーはもちろん他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちをスキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを顕現させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ少年撃破団放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを顕現させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。 11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空、仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯、迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータ、サイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー、吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベリー、スーパーベビー2、配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
Hello, welcome back to the Bandai Card Fest 2024-2025 World Tour. We are back in the KLCC here convention doing the, I believe this is our 5th round at this point.
Yes, this is our 5th round out of the 10 rounds that will happen here today.
Oh,
and,
we will be seeing a very, very familiar face. It's going to be Gavin from Singapore right here, playing, I believe, Dolphy at this point. Knowing
yep, he's playing Doflamingo, stifling a smile here.
Yes.
And his opponent, we will get his name up on the screen pretty soon. And we will find out what deck he's about to play as well. It's about
it's Nika.
It's a Nika leader, Black Purple Luffy. Very impressive that considering he's at the stream table, he is at a 4-0 full win.
Full win record. This is going to be very, very impressive from him exactly at this point of the game. This is going to be an interesting matchup because if we talk about Nika, right, is there anything we know about this deck right now, Josh?
I mean, when the deck first came out, people did dabble into it a little bit, and there were a couple of variants, you know, running with 9-cost Kaido, and then the variant with 8-cost Moria, and then people used to add in the 5-cost Sanji from the Black ST that adds cost, cost adding ST. So there are people who have experimented quite a bit with this deck, and although it has fallen out of mostly out of contention and was never really like pioneer in the meta, but there were some results for it. But once Doflamingo and P Luffy started to dominate, the fact that this deck was a bit on the slower side really pushed it down, and we didn't really see it as much. But here we can see Ivan bringing this deck for the tournament today, and currently 4-0 here, so he definitely has cooked up something, and definitely interested to see what he's playing in his deck here.
Yes, exactly. So this is very interesting right now. Gary just opting for a very standard, I look at my top XO amount of my deck, rearrange, find Shichibukai to call, 7C Warlord, and this time calls the Mihawk. Not the best target, but still a decent target. As long as you're calling attacker, I think it is a really good turn. So back to the Luffy player, right? We just noticed that the law just picks up the Frankie blocker, which is one of the powerhouse cards. Oh, guarding early right here. There's a 2-1 and going back to his turn. Interestingly, guarding early, Josh.
Your leader skill is when you return one or more. When you return two, got one standing, got one rested. Okay.
So it does go back to Ivan's turn right here. We are going to see. Luffy effect is very interesting where you can just do this. You can just pay 2 Dawn and then you will get back the 2 Dawn after resolving said card effects. So after this turn, he will be able to discard 1 and draw 2 cards, which is a really powerful effect, considering that that is basically like a pluses, like we're talking about Queen blocker. But this is really early. This is like turn 2 he's doing it, which is very interesting. Typically, you want to like go for a Dawn ramp here, but he's just going to go for a blocker and going 6 to the leader and blocking here, going back to Gavin's turn. Gavin doesn't have, I believe, doesn't have a Jinbei in hand, I think. I don't see it. But he does have that
It does
Sengoku
have
that
the
we missed.
Sengoku, yeah, so
yes, that Sengoku that we've been talking about that we wanted to see. So it does going to go top 5, search for a card. Does see the Jinbei right there.
The Jinbei and the Boa as well.
Mm.
Most likely going to go for the Jinbei. Maybe he would opt to leave his bot standing this turn to redirect attacks to life. Instead, no, opting to go for the shield instead for the Mihawk.
Going for the shield here.
6K, then when I attack and draw 2 this
That's going to go Mihawk 6k leader to draw 2 to see what he can pick up from this 2 draw. Does see the Jozu. Going to discard the Jozu right here.
I think he just discarded the exact 2 cards that he drew.
Not wanting to see any of them. Telling his opponent, look, I discarded Blackbeard and Jozu. Opponent just going to guard for 2. Interesting, is that Nika?
Yeah,
the
that
10
is
cost
the
Nika.
10
That
cost
is the
Nika.
10 cost Nika as well. Interesting deck list we're seeing here from Ivan. I believe Gavin's probably going to go for a 7k blind call here. Any thoughts on blind calls in general?
I mean, the deck does run a fair amount.
Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon.
Yes. I did see that he had the Teach in his hand, so he's going for the more stable play here. Going for the top deck, putting the Mihawk top deck and calling the Mihawk. But his bot isn't exactly the best right now, these Mihawks.
The Mihawks are not really doing much in terms of value, but they are allowing him to have a board basically, stabilize his game plan, allowing his opponent to basically work for it. You know, if you want to get rid of my board, you have to attack it, remove it. You have to do something about it. And right now, Ivy's only at 6 Dawn. Typically, for this turn, you're usually at 7 or 8 Dawn. If you're BY, no, sorry, not BY, Purple, Black
BP
Purple,
Luffy.
BP Luffy, right? So, it's interesting to see what Ivan opts to do here. Maybe swing into the Mihawks.
Yep, that is most likely the angle here. We can see that Gavin is only at 3 hand cards right now, still at 5 life here. This usually is how things goes. Oh, it's an interesting card that Ivan plays in his deck here. Is the top knot.
Top knot.
Yep, which bottom decks 4 cost or less.
So the bottom deck, interestingly the Blackbeard right here. And it's gonna get back Dawn from it, and it's gonna go 7 into the Mihawk. With basically 3 Dawn remaining, he's probably gonna go 8. It's interesting. He's just gonna get rid of the board here. Not gonna develop anything, but remove almost the entire important cards on Kevin's side of the board, which is 2 units of the 5Ks, the Mihawks, and also the Blackbeard, leaving Gavin with almost no attackers this turn.
Yep, we can hear that Gavin just confirming with Ivan here that when the leader has a Dawn attached to it, all the characters get +1 cost.
Yes.
So this Frankie isn't susceptible to the
Law.
4 cost law.
Yes.
However, Gravity Blade still is an option, but however, Jozu.
And this is where we see the importance of bouncing back the Sengoku, because this play is very important. Bouncing back the Sengoku that you played last turn in order to play it back this turn to get back more card advantage. And we see he gets the Weaver, a very important card in the Dorothy deck, because you do want to be able to keep on drawing cards and resources. We do see that Gavin has a Jinbei and also a Weaver for the next turn. So Ivan here now complementing what to do.
Kind of depends on what build he's running here. 8 Dawn turns, this deck does have the option of Moria.
Moria, yep.
So interesting to see what kind of build he chose to go for here. But his drop zone doesn't exactly have the best targets for the Moria. Ideally, you would want to call the Frankie from the drop. However, the Frankie did just get returned to hand via the Jozu. So interesting to see what Ivan decides to do this turn. He's aggregating his Dawn. His hand size is pretty big.
Pretty big for 3 life as well. And Gavin's hand is of course small because of the Blackbeard.
Yep.
And he haven't even used a single Weaver yet, so that's why his hands are small. But Gavin is sitting healthy at 5 life.
Yep. This turn, Gavin will be able to take at least 1 life, and then when he draws for turn, he will have 5 cards in his hand. So that's when he can start establishing his board once again. Still being at 5 life, you know, it's fairly comfortable for Gavin right now, and it still will be interesting to see what Ivan does here. He is weighing up his options. I don't think this deck has much way of removal, so I think that Jozu will stick on the board. So this turn, Ivan will just look to place a body down. Maybe he is considering the Moria, but like I mentioned before, the targets aren't exactly the best right now.
He is going to go for 6 life. Probably just going for the Frankie. Another Frankie turn here, going into the -2 Dawn, discard 1, draw 2. Just to fish out more options, I believe. Yeah. Thinking what to discard. Probably setting up for the Moria if he has a Moria. So that he
Trying
can
to think really hard about what to discard.
Yeah, that's the interesting about this deck. This deck just has heavy reliance on the Frankie. I feel like as long as you can chain the Frankie every turn, you'll be in a very comfortable position. Not winning, I would say, but you'll be definitely be able to prolong the game, going longer and longer. Eventually finding that sweet spot where you can go in or play your more meaningful characters that's able to win the game. So he's going to go for the Black Maria here, interesting. And instead of pass with 1 Standing Dawn, indicating that I have that 1 card in purple that is going so rampant that it makes Purple Luffy relevant. I'm of course talking about the
Gum Gum Giant.
Yes, the Gum Gum Giant, a very powerful card that allows you to ditch 1 for a cost of 1. Give your character believe just seeing what numbers he can do to basically call from the Dolphin effect, and at the same time Jinbei to Weaver, I believe. So he's just going to opt to call for the blind call right here, and it is going to be a buggy, not the best call. Oh, pudding. Interesting. He's going to opt to just take the 2k shoe with the draw from Weaver next turn. Not next turn, sorry, from this turn, I believe. So he's just complementing and seeing what's his choices. So he does leave it that way.
Yeah, he is going to put down the Weevil, right? So he's going to draw the card. So then later his draw for turn, he will get pudding. And then he'd be able to use the leader skill to top deck the Weevil after that.
So
planning ahead.
So instant block to indicate that I'm just going to send this card to the trash so that he, I believe it's going to be a Moria turn. So he's just going to eat right here. Really, it's going to be a Jinbei Weaver turn. Jinbei? Is it Weaver? Yeah. So it's going to remove the buggy and draw 1 card. 2 Dawn active. What does Kevin have?
Most likely, he will want to play down the Teach here.
Just to keep it running right, so that you always have like the additional 2 Dawn to utilize for your leader effect, or just having more Dawn to attack harder numbers. No, it's just a pass.
Oh, it's just going to pass. Maybe it was in his consideration before, but after re-evaluating, decided not to commit the Teach.
With the Black Maria on the board now, Ivan can actually go very aggressive and go on a hard minus if he really wants to. You can minus a bunch of Dawns if you have it, and then just use Black Maria's effect to basically gain back state Dawn and be on the same Dawn as his opponent, which is at this point basically is 8 Dawn. So it really depends on what Ivan wants to do this turn. Sorry, not 8 Dawn, 9 Dawn. So a lot of options. Again, like I do think that Moria will be the play here if he has a Moria. But it also could be a Kaido 9 cost. It also could be, it is the Kaido 9 cost. Gonna be going -5. KOing, I believe you probably KO the Jozu here.
Yeah, I believe he's considering if he should KO one of the standing units
Weaver,
and hit into the Jozu. Don't forget, he will get back that 1 standing Dawn from the leader effect, so he'll be able to swing 11 into the Jozu. But he is afraid of Gavin actually hard guarding the Jozu, so not wanting to take any risks, just decides to directly KO
so 6 to the leader, 10 to the leader. Yeah, this is a very interesting position right now, as we see like Dolphy does have the wider board, but Black Purple Luffy does have the stronger board right now. A taller unit right here with Kaido. This is a very interesting dynamic. I think what Gavin wants to do here is poke enough numbers where you are taking out certain resources in the hand from Ivan. And for Ivan, I think you'll be okay with that. There's only one card I think Ivan will be okay with, and that is that one other event. Besides Clarity Blade, there is another popular removal event that they do. Oh, it's gonna be Pudding, getting rid of Ivan's massive hand right there.
I believe Gavin was considering that if he should hit for like a big number first to try to bait Ivan into eating alive before he would pudding him, but he was also considering that Ivan might suspect this and directly just counter out, you know.
Yep, it is just go for 7 here. If Ivan's hand here isn't that clean, it could pinch for it could be trouble for Ivan right here. 7 here, eating it, and then Gavin is just gonna go 7 here with the leader effect, calling the viewer that he sought, and still choosing what to remove. He's gonna remove the Sengoku and draw 1. Probably thinking of bouncing said Bucky to hand because Bucky's a 2k counter. So 7 leader with 2 Dawn active. Probably going to be a 7 from the
Jinbei as well, yeah.
And this is going to be quite dangerous because Ivan could be in a position where he's just going to eat and then he's not going to be able to counter this. But I believe, yes, he does have the counter. But this is very dangerous. Ivan now is down to 0 life. And essentially not a lot of hand as well. 5 hand, 6 hand now with the cut turn draw. This is not going to be very comfortable for Ivan. And for Gavin, look at the board. You have 2 6k units, you have a Jinbei 5k, you have 3 life. Your hand size isn't that unhealthy for this situation. This is a position that Gavin wants to be in, and I think Ivan is now in a very, very difficult spot. I think
the only way Ivan has any chance here is if
probably a blocker, I think.
If
just gonna slam the Moria
just get
down
the
here.
Ecos Moria, we'll be able to go for the Frankie.
Just gonna go for the Frankie straight up, ditching away a card.
Yep. Doesn't even have the second target for the Moria, the one that gets played as rested. That is kind of one of the problems of the Black Purple Luffy because you aren't able to generate like drop zone per se. You're basically guarding with the cards that you want to call later.
Yep.
So if you don't actually get like this law or a small blocker into the drop zone, then you wouldn't be able to.
Interestingly, he's just going to leave up 1 Dawn active from Ivan. Ivan is in a very dangerous position, so this is going to be, I think, just going for 7 right here, testing his hand.
Yep. Gavin might just aim to swing like for all magic numbers, or either he might just be baiting. Nope, he is going to go for like 7 7.
This is going to go 7-7 right here. I think it's going to be like an easier and safer play because you don't want to overcommit into the Gum Gum Giant. Interestingly, if you use the Gum Gum Giant here...
If Ivan were to be able to successfully counter out this turn, there is the chance that he might be able to try to go for game the following turn if he has the 10-cost Nika in his hand.
Yes, exactly.
Because he does have the 9-cost Moria and the 9-cost
So he is just going to guard
Kaido.
Hard guard here.
But Gavin might just aim to
go for 7 right here. It is going to be the Gum Gum Giant deployed right now. -2, discarding 1, discarding a no counter card and drawing 2. And it's going to be a 9k here. And Ivan concedes just like that. And just like that, Gavin
and just like that, Gavin takes the game. He knows that he wouldn't be able to gut the 9k leader swing, and that's it. Gavin just takes it from there.
Yeah, just takes it from there. Very clean play from Gavin. Nothing too fancy, just very simple, good basics on stealing a 7-7-7, forcing our opponents to get out into time hand. And Gavin no danger on losing that turn, to be honest, except for the Nika 10, I guess, for that situation. But it is a position where he is very okay with just 7-7-7 and seeing whether your opponent has. And for Ivan's side, a bit unfortunate, missing out the Ram in the early game, missing out the Moria when it matters on the 8 cost. It just happens sometimes for the deck where you just miss out your curve, and hence why the deck has that problem. Actually, not just this deck, most purple deck in general just have that problem where you need to hit the right curve. That's why there's a nickname for purple, right? Perfect curve purple, which is a deck where it indicates that you need to have a perfect curve in order to have a good time with the deck. And we will soon have a winner interview with Gavin, I believe.
Yep,
But
soon
before
we
we
will.
go to that, Josh, how do you feel about that match overall?
I mean, it wasn't a great start from Gavin, but the way he managed to maneuver through and slowly get his pieces together, like we saw the importance of the Sengoku to fetch the pieces that he needed, and when he Jozu to get back the Sengoku, and then he used it to search again. He did well to play through what appeared to be a difficult start. I mean, just those two Mihawks at the start didn't really help
I think
that
it's
much.
important.
I mean, we did see like the two cards that he drew, the Jozu and the Teach, just immediately discarded both of them as well. So definitely wasn't a easy start for him. But
I think
once he stabilized, and also helped by the fact that Ivan's drop zone wasn't the best and didn't get the Moria as well early on. There were no good targets. So slowly, Gavin just managed to take the game from there.
Yeah.
And right now we will be able to get a short interview with Gavin, so stay tuned for that. Everyone, I'm here with the winner from the previous round, Gavin, who successfully managed to use his Doflamingo deck to beat Ivan's Black Purple Luffy. Okay, so Gavin, just a few questions for you. First of all, why did you decide to play Doflamingo for this tournament? I think we all know that it is undoubtedly the best deck in the format, but what makes the deck click with you, and why did you decide to choose it for this tournament?
I think Blue Dofi has the best matchup spread across all the matchups. Then it can remove the opponent board, disrupt hand, bounce and get units onto the board very fast. So I think it's really the best deck in format now lah.
Okay, I understood. And your opponent today, playing the Black Purple Luffy, isn't exactly a very conventional deck. We don't really see it very often. How much experience do you have with this particular matchup? And throughout this game, I noticed that at the start, it did look pretty rough for you. You only had like 2 Mihawks and things weren't really going very great. At which point do you feel was the turning point and you felt like this was your game?
Okay, I feel that even though I had a bad start, that game I play out long enough, I should be winning.
Alright.
Because most of the time they cannot deal with my board, because at most they remove 1 unit per turn. Then I can bounce their unit back because they are only calling 1 unit a turn, except for their Moria turn lah. So I think the matchup is quite good for me lah. So I don't feel I was losing at any point. It's just my hand was very bricky.
Yep.
But in the long run, it was a easy matchup lah. So quite lucky.
Yep, I understood. You played out the difficult scenarios very, very well. So since you, like everybody knows that Doflamingo is one of the best decks along with maybe Teach, is there any particular matchup that you actually find difficult and you're hoping to avoid today?
I would say for Blue Dofi, you'll be scared to fight Usopp and Enel. But these two decks, the matchup spread isn't that good. So at most I fight 1 or 2, but I also think I can still win. Because just get them lah or something.
All right. That's the kind of confidence we like from a top player, and that's pretty much all I would like to talk to Gavin about, and that's all. Thank you. See you for the next round.
I will win today.
Okay, congratulations, Gavin. Best of luck to you.
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる。特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
起こして協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
燃え上がれ燃え上がれ燃え上がってガンダム君よ走れまだ怒りに燃える
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて僕たちが作ってくストーリー決して一人にはさせないからいつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまでずっと共に戦うよ
早すぎる時のまたたぎりさら食べて一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ
ソーリンジャーこの震えたことに切れば音鳴らせるまだ小さかったこの手が描くすべてにノートから編み出す未来がいてJust like me コミュニケーション雨に打たれないから言わせない熱い想い体中で伝えたいよ Tonight
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回るユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになったゴルフガングメンバーはもちろん他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まるレアアイテムで差をつけろゲームを愛する者たちをスキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入
ユニアリでの人生いやスライム性が幕を開けるユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入
バトルスピリッツ放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトアそれに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン原初神軍との戦いの行方はバトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売 新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを顕現させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ユニアリのカードになるみたいです。え、コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで強力効果。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to do a prize giving ceremony for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Ultimate Battle EX Tournament. So we had 29 players battle it out for the top 4 prizes. So to begin this prize giving ceremony, we'd like to invite our head judge Tong onto the stage for the prize giving ceremony. Please welcome. Round of applause, please.
So we saw multitudes of Kamehameha and players achieving Ultra Instinct today. Right, we would like to present, first invite our player number 4, Jackie Yap. Congratulations, Jackie.
Once again, congratulations to Jackie. So now we would like to invite the third place player up on stage. Please put your hands together to welcome Kyo Kusanagi. Kyo Kusanagi in third place, congratulations. Round of applause for him, please.
Congratulations, Kyo Kusanagi, for now securing number 3. Next, our first runner-up, number 2, Yuji Wong. Congratulations.
Alright, and last but not least, of course, your champion for today's Dragon Ball Super Card Game, Fusion World Ultimate Battle EX. Please put your hands together to welcome Kwan. Wow, look at that shiny medal. Proof of his well-earned victory.
He has truly mastered the Ultra Instinct today.
True, indeed.
Can we have a round of applause for Kwan?
Alright, so thank you very much. Thank you so much, Tong. So that will actually conclude our prize giving ceremony for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Ultimate Battle EX Tournament. So now we would like to pass the stream back to the One Piece Tournament. Hope you guys enjoy. Stay with us all the way to the end. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We are back from the science ceremony. We are here again, never changing in the KLCC Kuala Lumpur here with our Bandai card fans having our One Piece card game tournament ongoing as we speak. I believe this is round 6. I'm joined together with George as usual, and we have seen a lot of decks in the top table right now. It's very fierce. Everyone is battling out. Some people at their last lines. Some people are trying not to go into 2 losses. And some people are trying to maintain their amazing win streak at this point. So Josh, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, very excited to see any of the decks that we have yet to encounter yet. And yes, like you mentioned, there are a lot of players on their last life now. And here we have 2 players at the stream table. we know him very well, Nick YGP, and also
another Nick actually.
Another Nick, yeah.
Yes.
Two
Yeah,
Nicks
both
here.
Nicks, yes.
Both Nicks here.
So we will
one
be
playing Blackbeard and one playing
Shanks.
Shanks.
A very interesting battle between the Yonkos, I would say. So this is going to be a matchup that people have been debating for a long time. Is it 50-50? Is it Blackbeard favored? Is it Shanks favored? What do you think, Josh?
I guess it kind of depends on the build of the
Yes.
Shanks mostly. Running more Dragons and 10 Shanks and Roger does make the matchup fairly close. However, I would still say if the Teach player was be able to get a couple of Jesus on board, then Jesus truly does take the wheel.
Yes,
and,
Jesus does really take the wheel. This is the part where...
even though the 10 beards do come down later on, the attacks from the Jesus do tend to really hurt a lot.
So
And
we do see Oreva Jedi, one of the most accessible cards here, being able to pick up. Is that a? I'm sorry, Josh. Are you familiar with the card you just picked up?
we have to take a closer
Yeah,
look
we'll
at
take
it.
a closer look. That's very unusual because I myself play Blackbeard and I never seen that card in it. Maybe there's something that Nick has that is a very interesting tech. So we do see something being picked up from Oreva Jedi.
Is that the Rush Burgess? I can't.
It might be
actually
the
no.
Rush. I don't think
those
so.
are okay. He has the Van Augur.
It
and
might
also
be.
I think it might be the Rush Burgess. Okay,
Okay,
but
we
now
do see the Jesus being dropped down right now, and he's still in the pass. There's no reason to discard a card this early for the Blackbeard player. So Nick just goes into his 5 Dawn tonight. Interestingly, this matchup it really depends on the few factor. It will be the 10 cost Shanks, the 10 cost Blackbeard, and of course the man himself right now, Battlegrounds Jesus. Like this card right here is a menace. But if this card was first printed out, I think no one really expected how much of a menace this card actually is right now. Being unable to be KO'd and basically being able to pump power for every 4 cards in your trash. And initially, everyone thought, oh, it's just going to be a very minor bit stick. No, this entire deck, Blackbeard, is centered around this Jesus deck. This Jesus card right here. And we do see the stage being played. He's going to pick up the stage. Interestingly, Nick is playing the English versions of the cards, John.
yeah, that's what I noticed as well. Managed to get the English versions of the card. As of this year, you are able to mix the English and Japanese language cards into your deck, and we can see that, Nick's deck does compromise of both English and Japanese cards.
So we do see the second Jesus being picked up. It is
He's
going to be
contemplating,
contemplating.
yeah,
What
what-
to do, because
he's
you can't swing 6 here, in my opinion. Because if you swing 6 here, he's just gonna Nick is just gonna block with the relay and then go for the. Gonna go and search your rapid, find another Jesus, but he's thinking about maybe there's too many Jesus in hand.
Ideally, you would want to get the Kuzan in this matchup later on, and I mean, you want to get it early on so that you can call the Jesus from the trash later on when you actually
Yes.
need it.
You do want to set it up, that's right. He's just gonna opt for the 2K shield, which is a safer pick.
Yep. So most likely just going to go for a 6k swing and then drop the blocker down. I suspect that is what he's going to do. Nick will just be able to
block it for free.
and use the
Block and
leader
leader
effect.
effect.
Yep.
Considering his options.
In which case, then the Jesus would be able to swing as well.
Interesting, because
usually you wouldn't want to swing with
Oh.
the Jesus until
he is just gonna
yeah.
take it. Interesting. Nick just want to see more cards.
Yep.
Very interesting play right there. Just gonna pay 2 and play the blocker. And maybe considering using the leader effect extend because the Jesus is in danger from being trashed
by Beckman,
himself. Yes,
Fullerton, yeah.
does trash use leader effect, and he's gonna swing. Interesting. He's gonna swing. He's gonna actually have an onslaught on it. That's very interesting. Usually we are thinking of just keeping the Jesus standing
Yeah, I
as long as
mean,
possible.
there isn't really much point to swing actually because you could just block and
block and
use
just
the leader effect. So, not sure if he was just trying to bait Nick into just taking more life because as the Shanks player, you do want to even despite being able to use the leader effect and stuff early on to just negate the attack, sometimes you do want to see more hand cards. And Blackbeard doesn't really mind that. You want to see more hand cards, but my Jesus and my 10 cost Blackbeard is going to hit for really big later on. So interesting play from Nick here, opting to swing with the Jesus. So you can see here Nick, okay, just clearing the searcher and opting on what to do this turn. Usually both players do want to go second in this matchup so that they can have the priority for the...
Oh, there comes a very dangerous one. As the Battle Jesus gets power reduced, this is very crucial because depending on what Nick has, he just has the blocker right there. Like, oh, he's just going to swing and force out the block.
8 to 4.
Get an 8, swing out and force out the block. I think Nick might be okay with it. It's just a pass with 2 standing Dawn. That's very, very interesting. And Jesus,
I would have thought that he would use the Hongo to at least get 2 attacks into the Jesus, but he did want to prioritize clearing the searcher in case, because you know that searcher is just unlimited value. If you don't clear
it will just
the
keep
following
searching
turn,
cards.
just
It's
keep
going to
searching,
be
and
a
then
problem.
there is the off chance that Nick doesn't have the Blackbeard.
Oh, reduce the... Oh, it's a new... I'm not sure of the name, but it's an effect where basically the turn you play it on the main play, you would basically pick a 3 cost, I believe, original cost, and KO it. And it's also a 6, I believe it's a 6k unit during opponent's turn.
Yes, correct.
So just pick up another rapid.
Shiryu. Is it Shiryu?
Shiryu, yeah.
I just remembered his name as well.
Yeah, just pick up another rapid. Now, Nick Naim does have a very flexible turn here. I think he's not in any hurry. He's just trying to delay as long as possible so that his Jesus becomes big enough to swing harder, and also playing for the 10 cost Blackbeard game plan.
He'll definitely aim to clear that Hongo this turn, you know, because that Hongo is able to reduce the teacher's power. So
it is gonna aim for the Hongo. Well, interestingly, Nick
might
can wait.
Okay, he does play the Shiryu to KO the Hongo directly.
Yeah.
So does get the leader effect out of the the Shanks.
Yep. He is gonna play another Battle Scissors and pass, I believe. Nick is down to 2 hand only. Nick Naim is now in a position where he's just gonna set up like this and then play for the 10 beard eventually. I think it's Nick's turn going to 9 Dawn.
Yep. And I believe that Naim, okay, for easier purposes, we'll just refer to them as YGP and Naim. So Naim doesn't appear to have the 10 cost Blackbeard in his hand right now, but it is something that he could possibly get from his life. Hence why he didn't want to swing with the Jesus, hoping to redirect some attacks to life. Nick is on 9 Dawn this turn. Ideally, you might want to be able to drop Dragon this turn. Although you won't get the attached Dawn from the Dragon's ability. Yeah, it's still a big number. And that is because Nick had discarded a card for the leader ability.
Nick just aggressively taking it. It's going to be Dragon going to 9 here. Wait for phase. And you see the smile from Naim. It's like, I'm just going to take this. And it is Orewa Jidai.
Orewa Jidai here. Can this get him the Blackbeard? There it is, the 10 cost Blackbeard.
And it is the wanted SP, which I really love this design. Like, it's one of my favorite SP designs.
The wanted SP design is truly
very iconic in my opinion.
He's taking a look at that. Oh, I believe he does have another Blackbeard in his hand.
I think you want as many Blackbeard as possible. This is a really good position for Naim, if you ask me. This is a position where you'll probably be fine. You're going to take the beard, I believe. Unless you are feeling a bit dangerous, you want to take the 2k counter. He's just considering his options now.
He is still a long way from winning the game, so I think he would want to... He does have 2 Blackbeards already in his hand.
He's going to go for the other Blackbeard.
He's going to go for the third one. I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, like, even if he doesn't need it, he could always still ditch it for the leader effect. So now Naim here hitting 10 Dawn first, getting priority to put down the Tankos. So now he can start seriously jamming into life with all those Jesus.
All those Jesus. Without fearing of Shank's
Interestingly,
effect.
deciding not to go for the 10 beard this turn.
Oh no, he's just discarding for the...
Oh, sorry. All right.
for the
Just using
stage.
the stage. Okay, so he will be going for the 10 beard.
Yes, he just discard for the
I
Black
actually
effect.
thought that he played the Oreno Jedi. So okay, just normal Blackbeard
Yes,
things, playing
we
the
will see-
Tankos Blackbeard first to remove the leader ability so that when Naim swings for 5,
There is no Shank's
YGP
effect.
can't use the Shank's effect to use to
Exactly.
minus 1k.
And look at those Jesus.
So this turn it will be a 5, 5, 8, and 8.
Yeah, 5, 5, 8. This is really, really
this is very, very
painful.
painful this turn. And the next turn, I will just aim to play another 10 beard and most likely try to go for game from there. But
it's
aiming
just
to
a
clear
swing.
the relay instead.
So, just gonna give it up. Interesting play. You would usually think that they won't go for the bot, but I think that's actually a safer play considering that
Limiting
how
the amount of attacks that YGP can do next turn. Also saves the hand for Naim to be able to discard continuously for the leader ability. He knows that his bot is much, much stronger right now and he's in a very commanding position. So next turn, basically, since the we can assume that the 10 Shanks will most likely come down. So Naim will just have to guard 1k for the leader and then just block and throw a 2k counter for his hand
Nick
with
is
the Tankos Blackbeard. So Nick is
complementing.
considering this 5k attack. Most likely he will take one of the attacks this turn from the Jesus most likely and
Yes.
opt to guard both the 5k attacks unless he's missing the 10 Shanks or maybe even a Roger.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you're missing pieces, you probably want to see more cards in life. So not gonna do it. He's gonna guard, and then I believe this is gonna be a take. Thing goes on, just passing back the turn to Nick with the leader effect still active. I think YGP here needs the 10 Shanks desperately right here, in my opinion, because
he
this is
definitely needs
a
10
position
Shanks.
where there are so many threats right in Nine's bot that you really need the 10 Shanks here to stabilize. And the fact now, look at that Jesus now is 9k. That's why Jesus becomes a threat, because not just is it good, it
Looks
is
like
just
he
a
doesn't
dragon.
have the 10 Shanks here, instead opting for the dragon.
Yeah, it's just gonna
Dragon
pass.
will be able to swing for 13, but
Just
instead
gonna-
opts to pass, doesn't want his dragon to get back.
Because we do have a 12k blocker.
Yeah,
We
we
forget to
do
mention all the
12K
time that this
blocker.
Blackbeard is a 12k blocker, a menace in this position. And Naim seems to be, in my opinion, running away with it. If he has another Blackbeard here, this is really bad for YGP.
Yeah. People might be wondering why YGP didn't attach 2 Dawn to his leader to swing 7 and then 9 with the dragon, but that's most likely because he has the Kamusari in his hand and he knows that there is a barrage of attacks coming this turn and he will definitely need to be able to guard. But Naim is just in such a strong position
This
here.
is such a strong position from Naim. This is probably the best setup you can see from from the Blackbeard. They're having 2
the
Jesus and 2
Shiryu
Blackbeard.
aside, everything else is pretty optimal.
Yeah, the Shiryu aside, this is probably the most optimal you can do. This is what you want to do as a Blackbeard player. Being able to set up 2 Battlecruiser Jesus and also setting up your 2 Blackbeard itself. It doesn't matter how low your hand is, your opponent is unable to respond at all. There is almost no deck to respond to this position. Even Doffy wins not from this position. Doffy wins because it prevents Blackbeard from reaching this position.
Yes, that's
why
correct.
this deck is a menace right now in the meta game.
Once the Blackbeard reaches this position, is almost impossible for almost any deck.
Yes, it's
to-
almost
to
impossible for
contend
any deck
with
at
this.
all. This is we'll see if YGP can prove us wrong by seeing what he can do here. There is
So it's going to be a 5, 5, 9, 9, 12, or even takes the 5 here. So maybe desperately trying to draw that 10 Shanks. But even the 10 Shanks coming down, it doesn't really look good for Nick the following. I mean, doesn't really look good for YGP the following turn here. with so many attacks to deal with.
So many attacks.
It really looks like an uphill battle from here on
Two
out.
12k blockers. This is just really demanding position. I don't know. I personally don't want to sound like too biased, but at this point, what do you even do as the Shax player?
I think an angle Nick could be going for is to take to 0 and then play down the Roger and hope to go for game from there with the 5-9 and 13.
Yeah,
which is possible, and if Naim realizes this, he would stop hitting at 1, but it might be a gamble that Nick has to take.
Nick is considering, because if Nick sticks his 5, right, Nick has actually still need to guard like 2.
Yeah, a 9, a 9,
and 9
a
and
12. Yeah, and if Naim realizes that the Roger might come down, he could either stop hitting or
just a swing 9, and now Naim is considering it. Naim might be listening to our commentary and like, should I pause? He's thinking about it.
I mean, the safe move would be to.
He's thinking about it.
To stop hitting here.
Yeah, I think he's going to stop here. I think this is a very hit some movie just to pass. I do think that Roger is the only way how Naim loses here.
Yeah, Roger is the only way out.
Yeah, he is going to pass.
Yep, this is an excellent move here from Naim, realizing that if the Roger came down, there would be nothing he could do. So now Nick is in a tough spot here because he's being put to 1 life and then unable to use the Roger effect. So most likely would have to go for some blocker play here to try to survive the next turn blockers and then leaving Don up for whatever counter events he does run.
Yes, I do think that blocker is probably the only way YGP has an out, but this is still a very tough position. Even if you're swinging for 5 and 9, 9 will just realize and block with the 12k Teach, which is why the Teach deck has a very strong survivability in the late game, not because is this a 12k blocker? It's because your opponent are limited in their play. You're not letting them to play their own play effect. They can't kill it. And oftentimes they're just playing with attaching Dawn to attack.
So Nick only has a maximum of 3 attacks this turn unless he runs anything funny in his deck. Most likely not. Naim is just going to counter out
Naim
here
is
for
just going to counter. Not even bother blocking. He's like, nah, I'll just play it safe. Because there is a world where the Blackbeards do get attacked. And it is just going to be a really pass here. Naim is going to take the turn back.
We can assume that this might just be game here.
Does have a lot of Dawn open up, Josh. And YGP's hand isn't unhealthy, to be fair.
Yeah. Naim still has the option of just using the stage first, seeing what he can get.
Interesting thing about Blackbeard, lethal effect, you can actually continuously discard.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting fact.
He would be able to pump the Jesus up to, I'm not sure how many drop he has now.
The Jesus is at 9 right now.
Yeah, but you can see he has 12 there, but I think he does have more than 12. So it could potentially go up to 10.
Yes. The meme sent you to Jesus is quite literal right now.
Yes,
as Jesus could literally be sending Nick to the other side of the bracket. So we do see Naim trying to complement what is going to discard with the stage right here. I do think that if he just searches the black hole, I think it's probably game being able to just remove that blocker, because that's insane. You have a 12, 12, 9, 9. That's like, and there's so many hands for you to guard, and like Nick is only at 1 life.
I do believe one of the cards in his hand is that Tankos Blackbeard. I believe he had like 3 earlier. So
I think he dished it, right?
I don't see it in the drop zone, but I do think that there is more than 12 drop zone. He decides to.
He's just gonna dish it straight away.
Just stronger. Look at the top 3. Ooh, gets the black hole.
Nothing, but he does have it. There is the black hole that we were talking about. He is just gonna. This now is 10k. That's a really big problem. He is probably just gonna go for it. He is gonna Blackbeard. Now they find the blocker. Nick just say, yeah, sure. It is gonna be very tough. A swing into 10k, or maybe even bigger. 12? 12?
10.
It's gonna go for 10. Here's why. This card, Amanda I think, like when everyone was just talking about, they were like, it's a really cute card, you know. Look at this cute card. It's doing 10k into like, and then another 10k, and then like you have 2 more 12ks on the board. This is just insane in terms of value. And then Kamasari comes down, Kamasari as well. Yeah, it just blocks the current users, but you
double
do have
Kamusari
another
here, but
one.
still, I don't think that Nick will be able to survive this. It's like 11k.
9 is gonna swing 11 right here. And Nick is just gonna take, and I believe this is just gonna be, Blackbeard going into 10, 12, and this game, 9 picks it this game convincingly with the double G, just double beard, and just leave YGP questioning, is this really how the matchup goes?
I mean, from YGP side, it's very unfortunate that he didn't get the 10 shanks, and he did try to play to the only win con which he had, which was the Roger, but Naeem could see it from a mile away. He could see that the only way I lose now is if I hit him to 0 and he puts down the Roger, so he skillfully decided to stop attacking when Nick was at 1 life. So I would say very well played from Naeem, and slightly unfortunate from Nick. I do know Nick knows how to play this matchup, but just unfortunate for him to not get the pieces. And of course Naeem did go second, so that is also another big advantage in this matchup, being able to drop the tank cost first. So yeah, definitely I wouldn't say this game in itself was very close. I think that Naeem did kind of like snowball to victory, but in general the matchup would have been slightly closer if Nick were to have gotten his 10 shanks, or in hindsight if he had 1 second. But yeah, I definitely enjoy watching this matchup in particular because of how close it can potentially be. So definitely looking forward to seeing more of this kind of close 50-50 games, because that's what everybody enjoys seeing. Nobody likes to watch a landslide. Everybody likes to watch close games.
Yes, everyone likes to see close games, close off. I do think that game in particular was interesting for many various reasons. And I think that we do have our winner interview with Nick up next.
Okay, everyone. So we'll be having an interview with Naeem now, the winner. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
My turn, right? Alright. Congratulations, Nick, for winning that round last time. How are you feeling right now?
Super nervous, super grateful.
Nervous, grateful. You're doing a very great start right now. 1 more win, I believe you'll be qualified for the next day.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully
the luck continues.
Yeah. So tell me about that game just now. Like, there were a lot of interesting turns and interesting plays, but one particularly stood out would be probably the not attacking the Shanks player to 0. Is there a reason why?
Yeah, because of the Roger. So basically, if the Shanks put Roger, I can't use my and his life goes to 0, then I can't use my blocker.
Yeah,
so that's why.
I see. That's a very heads-up play. How do you feel about the deck itself, Blackbeard? Because Blackbeard is a new deck, right? In terms of how long that it came out, maybe about less than 6 months compared to other decks, which has been a long period. Is there a reason why you picked Blackbeard over many other deck choices that we currently have right now?
Yeah, number one, because I hate NL, so Blackbeard can counter NL.
I see.
But then, right now the deck is in very good place. It's strong. As long as you get lucky against Doffy, basically you don't go second. Luck plays a lot of factors. Yeah, a lot of factors in playing Blackbeard actually. That's how I feel.
I see. Is there anything particular about the Dolphin matchup that you hate when Dolphin plays against you?
If they have the 2-cost Blackbeard where they can just put 6k characters on the board, like
Very tough.
Like very tough to win.
I see. Is there a particular matchup you would like to see as Blackbeard that you will be happy to see every time you face it?
I think I need yellow decks. I think we are favorable against that. So yeah.
Yeah, because they can't actually activate their
Yes,
heal
the
effects, right? Yeah, I get that. So, to your friends or family, is there anything you want to tell them that you're playing this far right now? You're just one win away from the next day.
Please pray for me.
Please pray for me, all right? And you heard, folks, please pray for Naeem, his friends and family. Please do so. And I think that's all we're going to do for the interview. Thank you, Naeem. Congratulations. Good luck for next round. And that's all for today. That's all for now. We'll see you the next round.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Good luck.
ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
のカードになるみたいです。え、コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードも、なんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ、直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
燃え上がれ燃え上がれ燃え上がってガンダム、君よ走れ、まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってたストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
早すぎる時のまたたぎりさら食べて、一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。
ソーリンジャー、この震えたことに切れば元ならせる。まだ小さかったこの手が描くすべてにノートからはみ出す未来がいて。Just like me コミュニケーション雨に打たれないから許せない熱い想いが。
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest 24-25 here in the KLCC Convention Center in Kuala Lumpur. As you can see here, many players still battling it out to make it to the following rounds in various games, not just One Piece but Union Arena, Digimon, Battle Spirits, many other events and games still going on.
Yes.
But we here now are in round 7
exactly.
of the One Piece championship here going on. And there will be a total of 8 rounds. So the last 2 rounds remaining, and yeah, the competition is heating up for the top, if I'm not mistaken, 32 spots.
We do see a familiar face again.
Yeah, and we do see some familiar faces here again.
And then, I believe that is Tenkai, I believe.
Yes, this is Tenkai.
Already qualifying for the Asian slot, I believe.
Yes, and he has already qualified for the Asia slot, but we can see he is playing Blackbeard here. I didn't really catch what his opponent was playing, and yeah, we can see a beautiful shot of the event and all the players and just anyone who just wants to check out what's going on.
Exactly. If anyone wants to come here, learn about what it's all about, don't worry, we have a bunch of different card games for you to explore. But speaking of different card games, we do have the main focus right now. We do have a Lucci versus Teach. Black versus Black. This is probably the statement to show that which is the better black deck in the meta core. But then again, I think when most people discuss, right, Blackbeard is probably favored, I think.
Yep, definitely. Most of the Lucci players have actually migrated over to Blackbeard after its introduction, and we can see Tenkai here having a pretty good start here, you know, getting the stage and then also getting the event, and straight away gonna grab 2 Jesus, and we can see that Yongkang here just smiling as
like,
Tenkai grabs both those Jesus
Yes.
into his hand.
Jesus is a key part because Lucci doesn't have any proper way to respond to stage card, which is a Jesus. But we do see Lucci like basically adapted, and most of them are playing the 9-cost Kaido right now. So Teach just goes in, Yongkang takes this simple one, and now Tenkai is just considering his options, whether to what to teach or maybe just developing the Jesus system. Does opt for the stage and then taking out that Blackbeard right there. gonna be playing the President Empire. Doesn't need to use the leader effect so soon. I believe most cases for this matchup, they only use the leader effect once the opponent is at 8 Dawn onwards to shield the Moria from being able to use. That's why when you see Yongkan melee, the Moria isn't that painful, because honestly speaking, you'll never ever see that Moria being used in this matchup. So as 5 leader, I think Tenkai just takes it. Tenkai is at 3 life right now, aggressively just taking life, because as the Blackbeard player, you do want to see more cards and more options, because he'll be discarding a lot of cards soon. Not so soon yet. So back to Tenkai-sen. This is a turn where if you are in the Blackbeard's player position, you probably want to develop the Kuzan just to stabilize your turn. And Kuzan is very good because you are able to just pivot into many various other play. Because you already have the Kuzan on board, right? You can pivot into the Van Echo. You can pivot even into Dock Q if you really want to.
Ooh,
but no, just
very strong
going
play
into
going for the liberation
there,
clearing
removing
both of Yongkan's attackers here. This is gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, and liberation is a very unique position. You need to be you need to have amount of followers less than 2 than your opponent. So right there, 1 Jesus, and Yongkan has 2, so you can use liberation there to clear both the Brook and the Lucci. Again, just simple turns. Lucci. Oh no, sorry. Going back to Lucci player. I thought he attacked with the 5k, but anyway, back
Maybe
to
he is considering to jam into the Jesus.
oh yeah, he's gonna jam into the Battlecus. So Jesus, so it's gonna be 8k into, and right now 5k, but an interesting interaction right here is that how Jesus works is that when the trash increases, right, to 4, you do have the power up immediately. So what this means is that if you were to counter when you have 3 cards in the trash, you immediately get that 1k power extra. So that's one thing to take note when you're playing against this deck if you were to attack Jesus. So back to Tenkai's turn. I think there's no Kuzan yet, and he doesn't seem to be in a hurry to develop the second Jesus at the moment. But traditionally, most teach do want to have 2 Jesus on the board, because that's the main game plan, right? Swing with Jesus, and then you can eventually have a spam of 10 beard, 10 beard, and 10 beard.
And we can see here that Yongkan is considering if he should take the 6k, and he does. And then this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
Just below 8k. And just see using the event and he's gonna play the Kuzan, immediately using it to draw 1 card, and then I believe calling his second Jesus, and this time discarding 1 as well to seal away the Moria and any other on-play effect. This is why when people talk about this matchup in particular, the Blackbeard matchup is kind of favored, because you are locking away Black's most powerful card, which is the Moria. It's not just the Moria, right? You can't even use Lucci, you can't even use your Citrus, and this is why Blackbeard has been considered a very, very strong deck, because it just goes against the logic of the game, where a lot of the game's powerful cards are based on on-play effect. But because Blackbeard effect is this, I discard 1, you can't play the game anymore, and I still have 2 beat stick called Jesus swinging every turn, and also the 10 cost beard locking opponent from attacking. So he's gonna swing right here into the Jesus, and he's gonna guard with a 2 and 1.
And this is kind of what I wants. Yongkan not really developing a board here, just aiming to use Dawn to kill the Jesus, and then with less board, once Tenkai gets to spam his 10 cost Blackbeards down, he'll just be able to stun 1 character every turn, and with the like small amount of attacks there, he will be in a very, very safe position. You know?
Yes, exactly. Because you're committing Dawn to remove a beat stick, which is important, but because you're committing Dawn, you're not developing a huge board like you said. This means the 10 beard is able to just lock down 1 unit, and then you can just swing in every turn with the breath. So it is going to commit more power, and meaning 2 Moria there, which is usually a very dangerous case. But yeah, Tenkai is a guard almost a lot of his hand. Is Tenkai's at, I can't check, Josh, but is Tenkai's hand at 3?
Like 3 hand now, but
3 hand right now.
Super strong space.
Just gets another Jesus right here. Probably doesn't matter at this point because he does have the setup that is very ideal. This is like a deja vu. We're seeing it in the last game. 2 Jesus and 10 Dawn. He's gonna take here. He's just gonna take It's just gonna jam, and it's just gonna take it. Yongkan
doesn't even need the yet both the Jesus just settle the game right there and then.
Yeah, and you see both players smiling right there. I think like if for those that are confused, that's because like in this position, right, if Yongkan doesn't, in my opinion, if Yongkan just guards and doesn't take, right, he's just gonna lose inevitably. So might as well maybe I can scare him, bait him out for one more turn, right? So maybe that's the mindset. But yeah, I think that's a representation of the matchup right now and how Blackbeard is so dominant because it does lock away any on-play effects. This means any deck that relies on play. So like just now we were talking about with Nick, right? He's so happy to see yellow because most of yellows on you are all on play. Ace, Yamato, Katakuri. And then comes to Lucci. Most of your key cards are also on play, especially Moria. Moria is such an integral part in Lucci, right? Where you really do want that card to be able to fulfill his full effect every turn. But Black just says, no, I'm not going to let you do it. And then it comes to Jesus. Jesus cannot be KO. This means you can't just use your effect to remove it. And worse, you're really not able to use your on-play effects. So it's just rough in every corner and makes... And it's a good reason why Blackbeard is like a very top meta contender card right now.
Yeah, that's true. And we will be getting an interview with Tiankai shortly to just talk about this matchup. I mean, this one was fairly straightforward. We all do know how this matchup goes, but it'll be interesting to hear his thoughts and why he decided to play Blackbeard in a sea of Dofi, which we know is a difficult matchup for the deck. And if he had encountered any Dofi today, how was his experience?
Yes, exactly. Like what Nick said just now, as earlier on, the other Blackbeard player mentioned that the one matchup that he hates to see is probably the Dofi play, which I do agree. I think if I am a Blackbeard player today, I really don't want to see any Dofi. Well, Kuzan did make the deck more flexible because Kuzan allows you to have more access to the card pool of your trash, allowing you to have flexible game plan, allowing you to play out either the Doku or the one Argo. I believe it's an interview here, so I'll leave it to you, George, to interview Tenkai, and I'll see you guys later. Okay, no.
Alright everyone, hello. I'm back here with Tiankai, who just successfully used his Blackbeard deck to beat Lucci. So Tiankai, congratulations. First of all, why did you decide to play Blackbeard for this tournament? I know previously you were a BY Luffy player. And why did you change into Blackbeard? Maybe you just give us a bit of your thoughts on your decision.
Actually, because I chose Blackbeard is, for honestly, I'm not so good in Blue Doffy, which is the strongest meta in current environment. Then I just picked the second best option, which is Teach.
Okay, understood. And like you said, Blue Dofi is the strongest deck in this meta right now. And understandable that Blackbeard has a tough time to play against Blue Dofi. So maybe you could explain to us a bit, like today, if you fought any Blue Dofi, and also if in your past experience using Blackbeard against Blue Dofi, how do you navigate this matchup, and in what way are you able to win in this matchup where it's very, very difficult for Blackbeard?
Yeah, so for the matchup with Blue Doffy, the first and most important thing is you need to win the dice roll first, because if you let the Doffy hit you first, you will very dangerous. And also you need to play down Dokyu on turn 2 and play down Van Auga at turn 3, which is need a lot of puzzle, but as we know that Teach have the stage and we can see through the deck every turn, so that may also help.
Yes, I And I can see that many of the experienced and good Blackbeard players also, they tend to memorize the cards that they play, send to the bottom of their deck, and they remember their stack very well, so they know what card they are about to hit. So this is also something very important and is key to being a good Blackbeard player. But also, what kind of matchups are you hoping to avoid when you play today? Other than Blue Doffy, I would assume that there are some other like rush decks and things, because Blackbeard excels against decks that are very slow.
Yes.
So what other matchups are you hoping to avoid, or you feel are quite difficult for you?
I need to dodge all of the aggro deck, like red Zoro, red Luffy, whatever red, I need to dodge all of them.
I see.
Except of Shanks.
Except of Shanks. All right. Okay, I think that's all I would like to ask Tian Kai. Best of luck to him for the tournament. I think now you are currently at 7-0, right?
Yes.
We'll most definitely be seeing him in the top rounds later. And best of luck to him, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you.
を余儀なくされる第一行。そんな中、トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロッドを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は？バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の発信、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベリースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作っていくストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。またたぎりさま食べて一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。サレンジャーこの震えたことに切れば音鳴らせる。まだ小さい
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神 10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる。特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを顕現させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前天の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ユニアリのカードになるみたいです。コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ、直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
燃え上がれ燃え上がれ燃え上がってガンダム君よ走れまだ怒りに燃える
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて僕たちが作ってたストーリー決して一人にはさせないからいつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまでずっと共に戦うよ
早すぎる時のまたたぎさらされて一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ
それじゃこの震えたことに切れば音鳴らせるまだ小さかったこの手が描くすべてにノートからはみ出す未来書いてJust wanna be communication 雨に打たれないから言わせない熱い想い体中で伝えたいよ Tonight
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちをスキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを顕現させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ 契約返信第3章前転の破信10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約返信第3章前転の破信10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
He saw you and then he just
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベリースーパーベリー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ニオンアリーナ。先輩、私たちがユニアリのカード。
Yeah. We need one guy. The plate.
Yes.
Okay. Start ready, is it? Hello?
Alright.
Alright. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at our last round for today. How are you feeling, Josh? After a long day, we are going to finally see our last matchup, and we're actually going to see the top 32 at the end of the day.
Yes, very excited to see what are the decks that made the top 32. I mean, have been walking around and looking at other top decks as well, and I do still see that there is a little bit of diversity. I saw Katakuri and even something like Purple Luffy that we didn't get to see on stream. So quite a number of decks that we haven't seen featured on the stream yet, and potentially will be making the top 32. But however, in this matchup, we're going to see Tenkai once again piloting the Blackbeard against Kim Seng, also a well-known player, playing the Blue Dofi. And as we know, Tenkai did say himself that going first is super important in this matchup, but unfortunately he did not win the dice roll, and going second. So just in general, this matchup is difficult for Beard because be able to spirit call units from his deck and save his hand size, and the ability to go wide potentially makes the Blackbeard player forced to discard a card every turn.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna get to. Like, the main problem for me in this matchup is that the fact that Teach has to discard card every single turn when it's online. This is the point where for this turn only, Teach can consider not to discard a card, but it's a bit dangerous because Kinsen knows what's in the top 3. Like, Kinsen really saw the top 3, and now Tenkai is just gonna be considering, do I want to discard this? He does know what is on top. Alright, so we are going to be seeing the pickup from the Kusan. It's going to be Kinsen's turn. He does know what's on top of the deck. Probably just going to be a... Oh, he just has the Blackbeard right here. He chooses to play the Blackbeard here. And then using the effect straight away, putting back a card on the top of the deck, attaching 2 for free, going 7k leader. And then, of course, it doesn't really matter if he has on play or not. It's calling the Meowth right here. So this is probably why the matchup is very, very bad for Blackbeard, because the ability to just keep calling units like this every turn and swing 7, 7, 7 is just so difficult for Blackbeard. Blackbeard wants to be able to drag as long as they can into the late game, but if they can't drag it that long, it is going to be a big problem for Tiankai. So going to the 7 to the lead, 7 to the Mihawk, removing the board, going dot Q and removing the buggy so that it doesn't cause any more K-walk. Moving back to Kim Seng's turn. This is a turn where if you have a 4-cost unit, you are able to develop a 4-cost unit while being able to use the leader effect. Because what you do here is that you can pay 4 to pay for any of your Shichibukais and then use the Blackbeard effect, which is a teach right here, to attach to and call from the top of the deck, which is really, really powerful right here. I believe he's probably thinking, should I swing into the dot queue with the Blackbeard, and just taking his order right here. Tiankai does have the Blackbeard leader effect on, so none of the on-play effect will work. This means that cards like Jinbei, Law are all offline, but it doesn't really matter if you just keep swarming the board intensively. Then, oh, it's just going to go for a 5 to the leader, ignoring the dot queue. That's a really interesting line of play here, and Tiankai just guarding it way. Just going 7 into the leader, going into the Weaver, but doesn't draw a card due to the Blackbeard effect. And going back to Tiankai's turn, this is where the tempo here becomes quite balanced, I would say, because right now the ball isn't that scary yet. Like, Kim Seng just has 6k and the 3k on the board, no, it's just gonna straight away attack it, and then use the Kusa to draw 1 and just call 1 Argo and remove it, and now the tempo now swings back to Teach.
Yeah, we can see here that the Teach does have a pretty good tempo here, managing to clear everything from the Doflamingo's board. Tiankai did mention earlier during his interview how important this Van Augur and Dot Q combo is, essentially being able to remove 1 4-cost every single turn, but just by tapping the both of them. And from Kim Seng's side, he might be reluctant to clear this Dot Q because it enables Tiankai to draw an additional card. So we can see Kim Seng weighing his options down. I believe that Tiankai did discard a card as usual for the leader ability, so just aiming to hit very big to the...
It's gonna hit the Angor, interestingly, and then want to call the... Yeah, I believe you call it, there we go. Call Sengoku, because the Sengoku is pretty important, not as the search, but is to enable small units to attack stuff like your Dokyu or even searchers. It is a position that I think Kim Seng is okay with. I won't say it's really pleasant with it, but it's a position that he'll be, it's alright, good enough. Tiankai on the other hand, oh, there's one thing that we didn't mention, but this matchup is really, really tough for Tiankai to actually develop the teaser sometimes if you don't discard, because Law just removes it and stuff like that. Because Better Jesus just has a weakness of being bounced to hand. So like even the events such as Gravity Blade, right, does put it back to down to the bottom. So we do see the Kuzan being developed. Again, gonna be a very similar play. Remove the Kuzan, play the Angor, and boom, attacker's gone. Even play a Rapid here. This is looking really, really good for Tiankai as the turn keeps going on, searching a 2k counter with his hand, having just menacing removal board, forcing Kim Seng to, if you want this to stop, you have to attack my units.
Yeah, we can see here, like you mentioned, Tiankai just looping this Van Augur and this Dot Q to clear Kim Seng's board, and Tiankai will already be at 10 Dawn the following turn and will have access to Teach. So if Kim Seng isn't able to go at least a little bit wide this turn, then the Teach will be able to stun the individual unit subsequently every single turn, and then will be reduced to just 1 leader attack. And with Tiankai being at very high life, he could even take it if potentially it's too big.
I think Tiankai's height is also very big for a Blackbeard player. It's really, really like, it's really important to see how important that Kuzan plays a role. To Kuzan be able to draw a card, and then after Kuzan draw a card, you can call back Dokyu or the Angor Wand to draw more cards.
Yes, correct.
It's something that Blackbeard in the past couldn't do last set.
Now we can see how important the Kuzan is in Not just this matchup, but in any matchup.
In any matchup, like being able to just draw a card and call anything you want from the trash is really powerful enough in terms of the toolbox that it has. But what's more amazing is the cards it calls actually draws back a card. In this case, being Dokyu or Angovor. So just hit the rapid law. Oh, Tiankai didn't discard last turn. Interesting. So this allows the law to be played, and then also the Sengoku to search cards, which is very interesting, Josh. Allowing the
I am very surprised that he chose not to discard the previous turn, considering how big his hand was.
Maybe it's something we can pick up from this game. There's a reason not to
Yeah,
discard.
there could be a reasoning for it.
Okay, so he's thinking about it. Thinking to either swing into the character or the leader. Seems to be gonna be into the character, swinging for it, and it's a miss.
Ooh, that's pretty unfortunate for Kim Seng here. Not knowing his top deck, aiming to go for the blind call and hitting the Jozu instead. So right now, Tenkai is in an extremely strong position here, just able to play down the Blackbeard and
Yeah, it's just a stun here, and like being able to do this, and then probably just sort of discard for the stage. Looked at the top three. Gonna be trying to take maybe a 2K counter. Yep, taking a 2K counter to hand. Probably this time using the leader effect to be safe and just passes the turn, being 3 life, having a 10 hit on the board, and Kim's board not really super developed as well.
Yep, Kim Seng will need to start putting down more units now. Thankfully, he's still at a very high life count, so
Sorry.
we'll be able to take some damage this turn. So we know that the Law is currently stunned, unable to attack, so I'm sure when Kim Seng attacks with his leader, Tiankai will just block with the 10 cost Blackbeard, and then interestingly, he decides to go for 5k with the single coup.
Instantly just blocks, not even a hesitation right there. 7 leader. Again, that's unlucky. A missed call. You guys gotta take it without any fear. This is the problem with Dolphy sometimes, right? If you just blind call, you can just have weaves after weaves, and against Blackbeard in particular, it's not a good thing at all. Oh my god, this is turning into a very, very dangerous situation as we saw Liberation just clearing 2 units.
Absolutely devastating play
It's
here
not
from
even the ball, it's just
Tenkai.
like,
You can
oh,
see
it's gone,
to
everything is gone.
Top it all off, you might as well clear the Sengoku while you're at it.
Yeah, and Tenkai is so in control at this point, discarding 1 for the leader effect again. Sorry, for the stage this time. Even getting a blocker, this man is just born to play Blackbeard, it seems. Gonna be discarding 1 for the leader effect, I believe. Oh no! Again, he chooses not. This is an actively decision that he's making, choosing not to discard. Maybe something some people can pick up.
Yeah.
Choosing not to discard when opponent's board are cleared, apparently. Because I
guess this is how Tenkai managed to accumulate quite a lot of cards in his hand. Usually you see in this matchup,
keep discarding, right?
The Tenkai just, most Blackbeard players just keep discarding and discarding and discarding. But that is part of the skill of playing this Blackbeard deck, understanding what your opponent's deck is able to do, when to discard, and also what response you may have if they were to do their optimal play, and then deciding if you really need to discard or not. So this is all part of the skill.
Yep.
So I can see that Tiankai is very experienced in this matchup in particular, knowing exactly when he needs to discard and when he doesn't need to discard.
Interesting factor, because I think this means Kim Seng is incentivized to play on play effect right now because he's allowed to, right? But this means that if you're going to do that, one of the most important cards I feel like this situation right now will be the Red Rock, and because of that, it might actually lock Kim Seng from thinking, oh, I shouldn't Red Rock this turn, because he gave me his on-play effect, so I should keep playing my on-play effect, right? So maybe that's the thinking.
That's the logic there.
That's the logic there. It's very, very interesting. So it does have the teach that's put into the top of the deck. Very powerful, as you mentioned, just being able to like make this insane play where it's like it's cheating, like in terms of cost, right?
Cheating the cost.
You're cheating the cost.
Same case like 8 cost Moria.
So Kinsei is going to hit 9, I believe, to the face. Jinbei does activate this time, a very rare sight in this matchup. But I say anything to go along, he does not. It's just going to be a Mihawk, passes his turn. Once again, Kim Seng has a demanding board, and Tian Kai answers this board. Liberation again.
Second liberation here. Clearing 2 of Kim Seng's board once again. So strong here.
And not going to give any time, just going to remove with Dog Q. And Tenka is so in demand. There's so much tempo here. Every turn just liberation clear.
So he knew that even if Kim Seng were to develop something, he could just liberation it away.
Quite liberating, I assume. But anyway, maybe a rapid distance, I assume, having the 2 down right there.
He's probably thinking if he were to need to play the blocker down or just use the searcher. He's probably calculating like if Kim Seng were to shove down on both the teach and his leader and then potentially aim for Parfum the following turn, like would he be able to gut at least one of the attacks this turn to prevent himself from going to 0? So I think he's taking all of those things into account and deciding not to play a blocker. Not sure if he has blocker, but yeah, just playing down the Lafitte and searching for a card.
And again, not using the leader effect, interestingly. Maybe he realizes at this point for the Dolphin to climb back up with on-play effect is probably not that easy anymore, giving Kim Seng the opportunity to, if you want to use your on-play effect, go ahead. And look at Tian Kai's hand. That is not a normal hand size for Blackbeard, I would say. You usually don't see Blackbeard being this much of a hand size. I think that's 6 right there with 2 life. That is very abnormal.
Yeah, and we can see here that he is considering going for like a 7k swing in hopes that Tenkai takes this, but if Tenkai just blocks, then the whole plan goes out the window.
Yes, correct. So he's not going to do that. He's just going to go for the looking at, just find the Jinbei, I believe. A bit unfortunate because the other 2 cards are not going to be able to be caught with the Dolphin effect. It's just to leave it up there. We're all just patiently waiting for Kim Seng to make his move. I do think that you still go wide. Just it is a matter of question of how wide you go. Oh, 7, wow. Interesting, because at this point then Blackbeard can just block, right?
Yep, at this point it's just going to be a free block
Oh,
here.
that's why he swings like that. He just wants to bounce it back. Oh, it's not even going to bounce any of Tian Kai's units. Just want to bounce its own Blackbeard. Three life, 2 life. He does have the Kuzan in hand.
He does have the Kuzan in his hand here.
It's just gonna straight go for
another
the
10 beat here.
Just go straight, just 5 leader.
I believe he's working 5k to the
To the law. Oh, my bad. Sorry, 5k to the law. Kim Seng's hand is looking like smaller and smaller as the games goes by.
Interestingly, deciding not to use the stage effect. Okay, he does.
Taking a Shiryu, another 2k counter, and then this time using the leader effect. completely locking away whatever Kim Seng has on play. Interesting again, the timing. It just seems so like something that you won't see from a lot of players doing.
Yeah. He's selectively choosing when to discard and not discarding every single turn. So that's how he's managed to maintain healthy hand size. I mean, for the vast majority of this game, his hand size has been bigger than the Dofi's.
I personally never have this much of a hand size before when I play Blackbeard against Dofi. Usually I'm on my knees trying not to die. But this situation seems like the opposite. It says just to hit a huge number, I believe, into the leader, and Tenkai is just gonna block. 2 and 2. And passing it back to Tenkai, going for Kim Seng's life is still healthy, but his hand size isn't. That it's looking really, really bleak right now. And don't forget, that is the third bit right here. Just a bit stunning to Wolf. Gonna go fight the Croc, I believe. Just gonna give it up.
I mean, that's gotta hurt not being able to.
Yes, show off leader. Just gonna swing in with the other Blackbeard as well. No reason not to. Stage effect. Deliberation. To set up the leader next turn, I believe.
Yep.
And pass.
So it's pretty much has to be the final turn for Kim Seng here. The only way he can essentially win is he has like double perform.
Yeah, the only way out is probably double perform. Like, we do see eventually Tenkan hands goes down a bit, but as you can see, that is still a healthy hand considering that what you're fighting. Against Dofi, I think having 4 hands at this stage is, again, a rare sight to be that you actually will see. Kim Seng not having the double perfume to potentially ask for leader, I believe.
Yeah, only 2 attacks available here for Kim Seng, just the Teach and the Dofi leader, so not much that Kim Seng can do here. If he doesn't have the perfume, then you could pretty much say it's game over. I do think Tenkai will just block here and prevent.
Block. And then Kim Seng just surrenders. Tenkai taking the win, making him the win for today, I believe.
Yes, I do believe there is another couple of full win players, but this would be essentially be the final round, and we will come back soon with an interview with instead of Tenkai, we might get Kim Seng instead, since we've already interviewed Tenkai, and we'll also announce, we'll try to get a breakdown of the top 32 decks and update on the proceedings for tomorrow.
Yes, I believe we do have a confirmation we will be getting Kim Seng instead.
Yep, we do have a confirmation that we will be getting interview with Kim Seng. He also will proceed to the next round, since he's only this is his only defeat for the day.
Yes.
So definitely stay tuned for that. Other than that, the day might be coming to an end for the Swiss stage, but we will have other events still going on for the rest of the day and tomorrow as well.
Yes, exactly. So don't feel that you missed out. There's still plenty of things to come down and see tomorrow. As you can see, the drone is flying around, like showing you the entire venue. It's a very big space. You have a lot of things you can do. If you're not new to card games, there is a section for you to learn all the different Bandai card games they have to offer. A Gundam fan, you can take photo of your Strike Freedom. If you are a fan of just cards in general or anything related to the Bandai series, come and check it out. Maybe you can learn a thing or two and maybe pick up a new hobby. As you can see, there's a huge community here waiting to be explored, waiting to make new friends and new connections. Right, we're here with Kim Seng that just lost his game. However, he will be going to day 2 later on. How are you feeling right now, knowing that you have advanced to the next day?
Actually quite good, but I think the last game is so bad luck lah.
Bad luck, yeah.
It's very bad luck.
Yeah, could you, at what point do you consider the game was quite bad? Like, at what point the game became a bad luck for you?
Actually, my first move is not Perona, it's buggy, and then my Dolphy just missed 2 times with the leader effect. So yeah, I think it's quite bad.
Yeah, quite bad. So how about the rest of the day? What were your matchups that you saw most of the day? What have you fought most of the time today? That means like today, what matchup you? What decks you have fought today?
Oh, what did I fight?
What deck you have fought today? Yeah.
What did I fight today?
Yeah.
Quite a lot. Got mirror match. Got Vegapunk also.
Oh, wow, Vegapunk.
Yeah,
wow.
Vegapunk and Purple Luffy as well. Lucci. This is the first Blackbeard I met.
Oh, this is the first Blackbeard you met?
Yeah, first Blackbeard in final game. Yeah.
This is the only Blackbeard you met. Is there a reason why you picked Dolphy over so many decks in the meta game right now?
Because I think Dolphy is the most stable deck in this meta. He can fight a lot of deck. Just hard fight. Really hard to play with the yellow key only. The other decks, I think okay.
Lucina, I see. Right. Moving forward to day 2, is there a particular deck that you want to fight if possible?
What deck I want to fight?
What you want to fight?
I think maybe Purple Luffy or Blackbeard. I think I can win, but the last game really bad.
Last game was just bad luck. But I believe you and Taken are friends as well, right? You guys have played this game for a long time, I believe.
You mean the last game?
Yeah, you and your opponent, your friends, right? Like,
yeah. The final game is my friend.
Play a lot of guys.
We come from Penang. Yeah, from Penang.
Come from Penang all the way to play here lah.
Yeah.
I see. Any advice to players that maybe not from KL, which shop you guys can visit or whatnot, they can shout out to? Maybe a shop that you always play, you can...
you mean in Penang?
Penang, yeah.
There's quite a lot of shops, but the most shop I go is during Nexus in Penang and Apex Bader.
Apex Bader, okay lah. Right, I wish you good luck for tomorrow, and that's all with the interview today. We're going to end it with this interview. Thank you very much. All right,
thank you.
Right, thank you.
Megaデッキも
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってくストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった剣第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。 新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってくストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
またたぎりさま食べて一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。
サレンジャー、この震えたことに切れば音鳴らせる。まだ小さい
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神 10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
Oh, okay. Wait, stay back, but press you.
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。
Alright, welcome back guys. We are back here probably for the last time for today. But we will be back tomorrow. However, we do have something to share with you guys. If you guys are wondering what's happening tomorrow, we do have a schedule up, I believe, about the events or what is going on tomorrow. So, let's see here, right here. We do have a Digimon stream going up first at 11 AM, followed by another Digimon stream, and then we'll be back to us, right, Josh?
Yep, back for the top 32 for One Piece starting at 12:45. So for those who are just interested to catch One Piece, you may log on to the stream at 12:45. But if you're interested to catch Digimon, please do tune in a little earlier.
Yes, exactly. I do believe that there's also more games we stream after One Piece, right? I do believe that after One Piece we do have a UN stream and also a Battle Spirit stream.
Yes, we have other games other than this. We can see here,
Right, there we go.
2:45 PM. We will have Union Arena and 3:30 as well, followed by Battle Spirits from 4:15, 4:45, and 5:30.
Exactly. So don't go anywhere for tomorrow. Stay tuned. We have a bunch of content for tomorrow. And if you're in Malaysia, feel free to also come by and visit us. We have also a 6 PM to 6:30 for another Digimon stream. And lastly, we ended out with a Union Arena stream. And I believe that's our schedule. And then if you guys are still happen to be in KL and like you're a fan of Bandai games, come here, have a visit. There's a bunch of stuff to come. You can play your gunslinger, you can look at people playing, a bunch of things for you to do. Like, don't miss it out. It's only events that you host once a year to celebrate the Bandai card games.
Yes, correct. The next big event we will have will be the Grand Asia Open, which I think they displayed in an advertisement earlier, will be in May. Also, furthermore, for those who are interested to know about the top 32 decks that made it today, we will have a detailed breakdown for everybody tomorrow.
Yes.
And we will discuss it prior to the Top Cut game starting.
Yes. But for now, that's all we're going to have for today. Thank you for tuning us from morning till now. I'm Norvin, and with me, George, signing out for today. Goodbye.
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神、10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者、2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ニオンアリーナ。先輩、私たちがユニアリのカードになるみたいです。コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ、直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってくストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
またたぎりさら食べて、一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。
サレンジャー、この震えたことに切れば音鳴らせる。まだ小さい
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを顕現させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。 バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベリースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
ユニアリのカードになるみたいです。コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作っていくストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。またたぎりさら食べて一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。Surrender この震えたことに切れば元ならせる。まだ小さく
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
バトルスピリッツ。放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイルス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。 バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。新たな契約グランウォーカーネクサスが続々登場。さらにエンゲージブレイブの力で勝利の道を切り開け。アニメ「少年撃破団」放送15周年を記念して劇中のスピリットたちが XV レアになってよみがえる。超豪華仕様のシークレット版も見逃すな。ボックスを購入するとどちらか一つが必ずもらえる特別なデザインのシークレット版も。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。バトルスピリッツ放浪者ダンたちの前に次なる刺客の手が迫る。原初神軍の首領ウラノスにより苦戦を余儀なくされるダン一行。そんな中トアは勝機を見出そうと新たなグランウォーカーブリギットと契約する。手に入れた契約の力によってアリアンロットを権限させるトア。それに呼応するようにして虚空より出現するカイレス・グリフォン。原初神軍との戦いの行方は。バトルスピリッツ契約変身第3章前転の破神10月26日発売。イマジネーションパワーも発売決定。メガデッキも。
ドラゴンボールスーパーカードゲームフュージョンワールドにドラゴンボールダイマ参戦。すぐに遊べるスタートデッキ登場。11月8日新たなる冒険が始まる。ブースターパック限界を超えし者新リーダー参戦。孫悟空仲間の意志を受け継ぎ力の大会を勝ち抜け。孫悟飯迫り来る脅威に秘めたる力を解放せよ。ベジータサイヤ人の王子の真の力を見せつけろ。魔人ブー吸収を繰り返しブーはさらなる変貌を遂げる。ベジータベビースーパーベビー2配下を従え恐るべき野望を完遂させろ。ブースターパック第4弾ではシークレットレアを2種収録。さらにシークレットレアにはパラレル版も。ブースターパック限界を超えし者2024年11月8日発売。極限の戦いが幕を開ける。
アップ？合わせこして協力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ、直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってたストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
またたぎりさら食べて、一人では届かない願いなんて消えそうな言葉じゃ。
Sorry じゃこの震えたことに切れば音鳴らせる。まだ小さい
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、岡クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイントカードが限定封入。
ユニアリでの人生、いやスライム性が幕を開ける。ユニオンアリーナに転生したらスライムだった件第2弾が登場。アニメ3期を中心としたキャラクターたちが新色紫として参戦。第1弾を強化するカードも多数追加だ。ここでしか見られない新規書き下ろしイラストも収録。スライムと仲間たちの新たな戦いがユニオンアリーナで始まる。出演キャストによる白押しサイン入りカードも。人間と魔物それぞれの理想のためユニアリで激突する。星3リムルはユニアリだけの豪華デザインだ。ユニオンアリーナブースターパック転生したらスライムだった件ボリューム2 2024年12月20日発売。シリアルナンバー入りカードが数量限定で封入。
Yeah, you need to have empty space between one, two tables between two people. Yeah. So if one row is not enough, please use the next row. Unless you don't mind your deck list being watched by the other players, I'm fine with that. Basically, isolate yourself, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Festival 2024-2025 here in Kuala Lumpur. Right now, we are just about to wrap up for the day. But before we finish for day one, we would like to present prizes to the top 4 winners of Digimon card game Evolution Cup EX. That's right, we are running side events alongside the main event today, and this is the last prize giving for today. But fret not if you have missed today, come back tomorrow for day 2 where there's more exciting events going on. We'll let you know about that shortly, but for now, let's proceed to the prize giving ceremony. Eugene? Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Video. All right. Calling upon third place. In third place, we have Leo. Calling Leo. A round of applause, please. All right, and last but not least, we have your champion for today's Evolution Cup EX. I heard there was over 100 players who participated, and the person who came up on top today, in first place, let us call upon Sue. Please welcome Sue to the stage with a round of applause. Exactly, top 1% out of 100, yes. So an incredible display of skill. He has won the champion prize for today.
Right, for the rest of the players who are not being deck checked at the moment, please kindly wait for us while we do the check for the other players.
Right, congratulations to all our top 4. Thank you so much to our head judge today as well. All right, so before we close up for today, first and foremost, thank you all for coming once more. Right, so to all players who have participated today, once again, if you've heard my announcement earlier, then this is just a little recap. If not, you guys can actually check on your Bandai app. For the events that you've entered today, there is a portion of in the app that is titled Survey. So please click on that, go and do the survey. We'd like to hear from you guys what you thought about the event, whether it was great, whether there's any room for improvement. And then, of course, once that's done, you can proceed over to the merchandise counter, right? Or redemption counter, redemption counter, and actually claim a small token of appreciation for completing the survey. So we hope that we can get you guys to actually help us on that so that we can make the future events a better one.
So what a great display of strategy, passion, and skill we have seen all over today, from our main event to all the way to our side events. It has been a great and wonderful day, and we were happy and glad that you were able to join us today.
That's right, but for those of you guys who missed out today, or if those of you guys who have friends who missed out today because maybe due to their schedule clashing with the event today, fret not. Tomorrow, we will have the main event for both Digimon and Union Arena, along with a flagship EX 4 One Piece, as well as the top 32 card. Is there anything else I'm missing, Eugene?
The one and only, let's not forget, after today, there is always, everyone can look forward to the Grand Asia Open 2025.
That's right. We covered that earlier today. I nearly forgot. Thank you so much for that reminder. So even if you missed out on this round of Bandai Card Fest, fret not. Come to Grand Asia Open. We both of us will hope to see you guys there, right? So once again, I'm Ken. Thank you so much for joining us today. We wish you all to have a wonderful rest of the day. See you guys tomorrow.
コスプレでパワーアップ？合わせコスで強力効果？どれも最高じゃないですか。書き下ろしイラストで白押しサインカードもなんだか私燃えてきました。ブースターパック 2.5 次元のリリサ直筆サイン入り限定カードも。
まだ怒りに燃える。
誰かが描いたイメージじゃなくて、誰かが選んだステージじゃなくて、僕たちが作ってたストーリー、決して一人にはさせないから。いつかその胸に秘めた刃が鎖を断ち切るまで、ずっと共に戦うよ。
あの最強クソゲーマーがユニアリで暴れ回る。ユニオンアリーナにシャングリラフロンティアが参戦だ。至高のゲームファンタジーがカードになった。ボルフガングメンバーはもちろん、他クランやラビッツのキャラクターたちも登場。ここでしか見られないイラストも多数収録。ユニアリで新たな冒険が始まる。レアアイテムで差をつけろ。ゲームを愛する者たちを、スキルを磨いて勝利の条件を導き出せ。ユニオンアリーナシャングリラフロンティアブースターパック2024年12月13日発売。直筆サイン入りアクションポイント